Guys and gals, and welcome! Welcome. I'm right in the middle of testing something. I know I scheduled my live stream for this time, but I want to get this test done out of the way first. If you haven't seen my newest video, I just posted a video going over some tests of the Barb mercenaries. As you guys know, I've been putting out merc guides, and one of the things that I want to do is make sure that I got my data correct when I'm actually putting out these guides, so that I'm giving you the best information that I possibly can. You know, and that's basically what we got going on here. So what we got going on here is I'm trying to give you guys the best information that I can. Sound emitter. I'm gonna turn down the sound a little bit more. But basically what this means is that when you do variable testing, you actually have to go through the process of just checking things constantly. Where the hell did you come from? I will punch you to death. I don't care about your stupid face. Punch your mama. Punch your daddy. Gotta punch your granny. Right in the fanny. Gotta punch. Punching everything. We go with the classic from season 6, right? What was it? How's it go? Punch, punchy, punch, punchy, punchy, punch, punchy, punch. Punchy, punchy, punch, punchy, punch, punchy, punchy, punch. He'll die eventually. I'm not worried about it. One of these days, he'll die. Take me some time, but he'll die. How's Diablo doing, by the way? I'm basically trying to get a median time on Head Striker versus Grief on the one-handed Barbarian, or the two-handed Barbarian that uses only two-handed and one-handed swords. I'm just curious. Always having fun running the numbers and testing things out. So it's definitely something that's fun. Oh, thank you. He just like imp slapped that guy out of existence. That was great. He does way more damage than my pathetic punching. Way more damage than my pathetic punching. Good, now I have time to bring up my chats, because I didn't bring up my chats before I started the live stream. Do punch, punchy, punch, punchy, punchy, punch, punchy, punch. Punchy, punchy, punch, punchy, punch, punchy, punchy, punch, punchy, punch, punchy, punch. Punchy, punch. If I don't move, is it a static variable? Your mother's a static variable, is my good sir. Well, that's just terrible. You guys are rude. You guys are so rude. Static variables. Good freezing morning, everybody. It's cold, really? Alright, I gotta do one more test after this, so as soon as he finishes beating the crap out of Diablo. I don't really like the way he just like randomly runs away every now and then. Like he kind of like loses his focus for a second, like a dog that sees a squirrel or something, and he's like, "Ooh, squirrel!" and he like runs away for a second, and then he comes back. But it's kind of stupid to watch him like run away and then come back. Punchy, 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 punch. Punchy, punchy, punch, punchy, punch, punch, punchy, punchy, punch. I mean, it doesn't really matter. There's going to be a percentage chance to miss no matter what. There's a 5% chance to miss, and then he also has block chance. And I've done multiple tests, so I mean, that's really all you can do at a certain point is just keep running them and then take like the average of all of them and try and figure out if there's much of a difference. If anything, it kind of tells you that there is not really making much of a difference in the testing, is that I tested dual head strikers twice, and I changed from ohm runes to 1540s, and the difference in the two tests was basically negligible. It was pretty much the exact same time, with only a couple seconds difference between the two. And if changing between ohms and 1540s doesn't make a huge difference on the test, then the like percentage of block chance between the two probably isn't either, especially considering they're the same item with slightly different stats. I mean, most of this stuff was pretty interesting. This one right here is a completely different one, which we need to... I punched him. I didn't mean to punch you. Sorry. This is 2 Two-handed barb head striker. That's what this one is. And dang it, I accidentally brought a champion over here. Punchy, 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 punch. Punch, punchy, punch, 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 punchy, punchy, punchy. To the guy who recommended that I go here instead of Frigid Highlands in the video comments of my testing video. To that guy, I say poo-poo to you, okay? He said,
there's never any monsters other than Diablo there. There's never any other monsters, he says.
You know what? You lie. You are a liar, sir. You are a dirty, dirty hoe of a liar, and you eat cornflakes with poop on them. How about that? You are a poop-eating cornflake machine. Yay, old poop cornflaker. Corn, flaky, flake, 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 flaky, 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 flakes. Corny, 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 flakes. Corny, 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 flakes. Oh, he just pimp slapped you. You're gonna mess up my test. Stop messing up my test. I don't like it. Your mama is a hoe, and you look like a Joe. Okay, so what are we going to be doing today? Let's talk about what we're going to be doing today. So I do have a plan for today. It's an interesting plan. Everything that we've been doing so far with the testing is quite interesting, but what we really need is we need some sort of static variable that we can use. Of course, freaking champion is going to come over here and make my life miserable. Messing up my test, adding seconds to my test. My freaking test is invalid now because 2 different champions came in and ruined my chest. Test, testy, test, 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 testy, 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 test, testy, 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 test, testy, 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 test. So what are we going to be testing today? Well, we're going to be testing some stuff and some things. Let me start closing out some of these that we don't need. What the hell is this one? This is my fire enchant mercenary dude, Jake. Yeah, okay. I don't need you anywhere either. Go away. Let's close you. Let's close you. Messing up my tests. Can't believe they messed up my test like this. It's terrible. Have you guys seen my anti-variable testing armor yet? I have an anti-variable testing armor. It's pretty cool. This is my anti-variable testing armor. I showed it off in the other video I released earlier today. But the anti-variable testing armor is literally just designed to prevent any variables from coming into the equation, so that I can get a more like static result as opposed to what we had. So it looks like we've got 18 minutes. I'm going to take off like 5 seconds for those 2 champions that came in and messed up my test because they're jerks. I think it's only fair. They distracted my man. Alright, so it was 18 minutes and 15 seconds. So let's put that at 18 minutes and 10 seconds. 18 minutes and 10 seconds was the head striker. I just want to do one more test. I know, you guys don't want to see this. This is boring. I just want to throw the grief on him. I'm going to check that out, so we know once and for all whether or not the grief is actually slower than the head striker. I have no clue. It's also faster too, which is a whole thing. So I don't really know. The speed itself could make up for the lack of damage. And it could be interesting to see whether the speed on the grief just simply makes up for the fact that it doesn't really output the same amount of damage as the head striker does. For those of you who are unaware, head striker puts out way more damage because it has a doubling effect on the 2-handed barb merc, not the dual wield version, and it basically allows him to dish out like massive amounts of damage with that weapon. I'm not really impressed with his test though. It was kind of bad. 18 minutes was pretty slow comparatively to like double head strikers on a 2-handed barb. Alright. Alright. I got the timer running. Alright, so we get to sit here and we get to watch him do his thing. Alright, so while he's doing his thing, let's talk about what we're going to be doing today in our variable testing. So I'm going to take this, put this away. We need to save this. This is important data. Barb Merc testing. Alright, let's minimize that for right now. Okay, so this is the one, and this is the one that has what we're looking for on it. Let's go ahead and delete this stuff. This is from that guy who asked about poison damage during the stream yesterday. It doesn't belong in this file. Alright, so basically what we found out is that the majority of the spots, like for items that fall, are basically rare items. And then on top of that, we found out it was very few uniques and very few set items. Now, what I want to test today, which is a really interesting idea, is that since we have determined that, so let's see if I can show what we have determined. So we have determined that the item that, the quality of the item that drops is determined by an exact percentage of magic fund. All right, and basically what I'm trying to confirm here by using some common elements or static variables, I wanted to kind of see if that percentage holds true across seeds. So, like, in a different seed, does the same percentage give me the same result? In other words, if I go to, like, corpse A with 295% magic find, and I click on corpse A, and it gives me a unique item, right? Well, if I take my 295% magic find and I go click on corpse A in a different seed, so in seed X, and then we can type here, we can type in seed Y. Alright, so we find the same corpse that is in the same place across all seeds, right? And then we click on it with the same 295% magic find. Do we also get a unique, right? So this is an interesting question to ask, because basically what we're talking about is finding a common element across seed codes, and then seeing if there is anything that crosses between the seed codes besides just simply like the location of the corpse. There's a lot of different things that I potentially think could happen, and I think what we might see is something very strange. And my theory on this is actually, let me put my hypothesis forward. Okay, so my hypothesis is. My hypothesis is that a unique item will fall in both seeds, but it will not be the same unique item. And this is kind of an interesting idea, because basically what my hypothesis is saying is that the exact percentage of magic find equals a unique, right? But the seed code changes what item falls, but not that the item becomes a unique. And this is an interesting thing. So we have to play around with this. First thing we're going to have to do, unfortunately, for this test is we have to, number one, find a unique drop using the current variables. And then we have to then apply this to a second seed code. So then once we find the unique drop using the current variables, we then apply these variables to a different seed code and check the results. And this is going to take some time, but I think it's worth doing, because if this does work, then we can potentially rule out or rule in whether or not exact magic find percentages are actually like lotto numbers, essentially, which is really interesting, because this would either prove or disprove. It's either going to prove or disprove the idea that an exact percentage of Magic Find is better than a random one. Which basically means that, like, for instance, if I have exactly 295% Magic Find, you know, like, this could potentially be, like, the magic lotto number, right? The winning number that could potentially give us what we're looking for. And that's kind of like the whole thing. Is it, like, a winning number or is it not a winning number? And if it is a winning number, well, then we might find out exactly which numbers are the winning numbers, and you can just set up your Magic Find to that exact percentage, and then just play the game, and you'll have, like, uniques falling into your lap all over the place. This also kind of seems to point toward potentially maybe a winning number as well, because we ended up getting a large number of rares, which, according to some people who've been messaging me through email, they said that I actually missed some here. So the number of rares that I got was the majority when I did my, like, clear everything game, which I didn't actually clear everything, by the way. I only got to Act 4. But basically, what we noticed was there were very few numbers that seemed to give, or very few unique items that fell, and very few set items that fell, right? So if we can find one of those Magic Find percentages that drops unique items, and then run the game with those Magic Find percentages specifically that seem to be giving unique items, perhaps we will get more unique items, and we can, of course, test that as well. Kind of just mulling everything over in my head and coming up with ideas. I tell you, for one thing, the Grief is way faster. I can already tell. Like, the speed-wise, like, as far as, like, breakpoints go, I can tell that he's attacking way faster. I think we might have to do this test at maximum breakpoint to really test to see which one's better damage. Because it feels like, to me, we're looking at a situation where the Grief might just be extremely past the breakpoint of a normal, of the Head Striker, which means that Head Striker by itself is just not going to be enough. I mean, we could do a quick IAS calculation and we could see, but it looks to me like Grief is already beating it at 7 minutes and 24 seconds by miles. But let's see here, just as a quick check. So the Conquest Sword with a 15% IAS jewel, and I think he's got 15% on his helmet, using Bash. He's at 14 frames per attack, 1.78 attacks per second. That's pretty terrible. Let's write this down real quick. So 1.78 attacks per second. And then we have Grief, which of course is way faster. It's in a Phase Blade, so it's already at a negative 30 base. And of course it also has the 40% IAS on it, which puts it at 2.5 attacks per second. We may have to actually, to get this test to be accurate, we might have to actually speed both of them up to their maximum speed. What is the maximum speed that you can potentially get? Just Treachery apparently does it for Grief, and apparently it's 2.77 attacks per second. Wow, you need a whole 5% increased attack speed to hit the maximum breakpoint with Grief, which is kind of nuts. So basically you need, like, no attack speed increase. So it's already at its maximum, which is 2.77, because I forgot to put in the 15% IAS jewel from the helmet. So it's 2.77 versus 1.78, which is an entire additional attack per rotation. That's insane. So yeah, I think in this test the Grief is going to win by miles because of that 2.77 attacks per second. But then that begs the question is how could you potentially get the other one to 2.77 attacks per second? I mean, if we go back to the Conquest Sword at 15% IAS, utilizing the 2.08. I mean, how much IAS would we need? If we added, like, Treachery, what would that be? So 40, so 50, and then 60. Treachery would still not bring it to its max. $70, $75, $80. Holy Jesus, $85. I don't think that's coming. It's the IAS table. You'd need 125% total to hit that maximum, which isn't going to happen. It looks like the Conquest Sword is just too slow. Like, by comparison, it's just a much slower weapon. Obviously, because it's in a Conquest Sword and not a Phase Blade, which, of course, makes it just league slower. It's, what, a 0 versus a -30 base? It has no IAS on it, whereas the Grief has 40% IAS on it if you happen to have a really good one. We're almost done with this test. And survey says 11 minutes and 22 seconds. I don't think there's any way to beat that speed. I think that's the biggest issue here, is just that it attacks so freaking fast. There's no way to beat it. The head striker just can't swing as quickly, and even if it could swing as quickly, you've got to consume all the rest of your slots for basically, you know, crushing blow, open wounds, etc. So you have to add in a lot of stuff like that for head striker. Whereas Head Striker just isn't getting the same benefit. Unfortunate. So the final result was Head Striker on the two-handed barb was 18 minutes and 10 seconds, and Grief was 11 minutes and 22 seconds. So the Grief won by 6 minutes and some odd. It's a pretty hefty advantage to Grief. I don't even think Grief is better, but apparently it is. All right, so let's do this. Let's get to this variable testing. That was good enough for me. Do people put Grief on other weapons when they try to speedrun Ubers for records? Not quite sure what you're asking. Grief is useful for damage output, raw damage output, but it also from my testing, the raw damage output that it does when it comes to like Ubers and stuff like that isn't really a lot. I mean, comparatively, if you put like one Grief on a like Barb Merc and you have him just like wailing on a Uber boss, I mean, it still takes roughly around like 17 minutes to kill like an Uber boss with one Grief and like one empty-handed weapon. So I mean, it's not like a particularly fast weapon in those situations. Who are we testing with? I got so many crap characters on here now. Flamin' Cheeto, perhaps. Let's do Flamin' Cheeto. All right, first things first is we need to find a unique percentage. And I don't think player count is going to affect this. And we also have the no-drop rolls to consider. So we just need to find a percentage that causes a unique item to fall, which is easier said than done. But we're going to play around with the idea of it. Now, the corpse that I'm going to be using is the Inner Cloister Corpse. It's one that basically always is here. It's in the same spot every single time. It's right next to the waypoint. It's easy to get to. We're going to see if we can get this to drop us a unique item. Like, that's the goal. Can we force this corpse to drop us a unique item? And it's going to take some doing. I've been ignoring you guys in chat for way too long. Let me say hi to you guys. Let's see here. What's up, Keith? What's up, Augusto? Irene, how's it going? Charles, Joe, Bromax in the house. What's up, Miles? What's up, Atlantis? Emperor X, Alexander Ander, how's it going? What's up, Tukey? I got a bunch of people in here. The legendary side effect. What's that legendary side effect? What kind of side effect are we talking about here, though? Are they dangerous side effects? Do some scaries. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is we need to just give ourselves massive amounts of magic fine. I'm thinking a pretty high number. I don't know exactly what number the unique items spawn at, but it doesn't really matter. We're just gonna like add in an amazing amount of magic fine to do this test. So let's grab some of these 155s. Where's my 155s at? I know I got 155s in here. Oh, you know what? They're probably on that other character I was using. Which character was that? I was using one of these other characters for the testing. It wasn't Taco Hell. It was Trader? I think it was Trader. I was using him. Yes, I was using him. Okay. I wasn't paying attention to chat. I was paying attention to my little testing thing. I was trying to do my testing. Testing, 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 gonna testing, 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 right. Alright, what are we at? 1,451%? That's way too high. Alright, let's remove some of these 155s. We don't need 1,000 blah 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 million%. Alright, what are we currently at? We're at 521. That's still too high. There's got to be another 155 in here somewhere. Yep. And there's another 155. What are we at now? We're at 366%. Alright, 366% is a decent amount, but I kind of want to chunk this down a little bit. I don't want it to be so high that I can't obtain it in like an online game playthrough. So let's customize this a little bit better. Okay, so what are we at now? We're at 155% magic fine. So 65, 75, 85, 95. 95. Let's do 95. 95 sounds like a good number, and we can start from here. Alright, so we're going to start at 195, and we're going to go to this corpse, and we're going to see what it drops us. We got a crude heavy belt. Nothing too fancy. I'm assuming that if we get the right percentage, it's going to give us a unique item. Or at least a set item. Even a set item could be interesting. I would settle for a set item. So let's start adding in 1%ers, and we're just going to bump this up until we actually get something. Low quality Warglow, Slitch, Poopity Boopities. Join the Discord. Welcome to the Discord. We got lots of memes. I forgot to jump into the voice chat for the memes, but now I'm in there. Arrows, arrows, and an antidote potion. Okay. We're just gonna keep on rolling it. Rollin', rollin', rollin'. Keep them doggies rollin'. Rollin', rollin', rollin'. Rawhide. Wait, what kind of love are we spreading? Where are we spreading it? Where are we spreading this love? I'd like to know. On a moo cow level. It's the cow level. It's the moo moo moo. Moo moo. Moo moo moo. Moo 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 moo. Moo 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 moo. Oh yeah, tomorrow, No Rest for the Wicked, if you guys haven't seen. That's a new ARPG. I've had a couple people ask me to check it out, so we're at least gonna go check it out. And oh, a Gothic suit and an Ort rune. That's interesting. at that exact magic find percentage? Let's check that again. Are we gonna get that every single time with this magic find percentage? I've never seen a cause a rune to drop. Maybe it was because I waited. I was playing around with my stash. Might have messed around with things or something. I don't know. Check it a couple times just to be sure. Why does it seem to be... something seems to be wrong. Let me exit the game and reboot real quick, because I think I'm getting a different seed code. I may have launched the game from a different source to normal, and it may have caused the seed code to delete itself from the list. So all my testing is for naught. I mean, I have, but I've been adjusting the variables a lot, so it's kind of hard for me to... It's kind of hard for me to adjust the variables and test this stuff with relative accuracy. Like, basically what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get, like, variable accuracy. Once I see a certain thing, I kind of want to change the variables and see if I get something else. Okay, so we got cracked lockbar axe, cracked balance axe. Okay. Let's run this. I think we might have to dial this back and do it again because we weren't on the... I don't think we were on the seed code earlier, which is unfortunate. Let's go ahead and dial this back a little bit. Speaking of Clint Westford, have you seen a recent picture of him? Age finally caught up with him. He's getting old. Yay, old Clint Eastwood is getting old. Oh, yay, old Clint. Oh, yay, old Clint Eastwood. I mean... he's trying to get into heaven now, right? He's trying to get into heaven now. God's gonna, when he gets to heaven and at the gates, God's gonna ask him. He's gonna say, "Do you feel lucky, punk? Heaven or hell?" That's when Clint Eastwood's gonna roll his eyes. You see, what I've got here is a ticket straight to hell. And in the other hand, I've got a ticket straight to heaven. But the answer, with the question that you need to be asking yourself, is which one are you gonna get? Do you feel lucky, punk? I'm sorry, that was so cheesy. I apologize. What about 666% magic find? The hell number. What about 333? How about that? Divisible by 666. Or 666 divides into it. We got a blue balanced axe. So there was a change. That's a change point. It's not the change point I'm looking for, but that's a change point. Get off my lawn. So yes, that's a change point. So what percentage are we at? We're currently at 177% magic find. Okay, so at 177% magic find, we hit a change point. I'm just gonna write these down in here. I don't really care. And then we're gonna. Well, that's not the change point we're looking for though, because we got a blue balanced axe, which really isn't what we want. We want a rare set or a unique, something like that. We don't want blue. Blue doesn't really help us very much unless it's blue every single time, no matter what. We could test this a little bit. So we're at the 177%, right? And we're at the magical percentage that gives us the blue. Well, if we add some variables in now, we can change the result. So we get a cold plains first and then inner cloister. And now we get 2 pyres of gold. So no item dropped. So that's unfortunate. When are we doing Fallout again? I don't really know if Fallout is something that I can stream on a regular basis, Sean. It's unfortunate, but pretty much every single bit of music in the Fallout TV show is friggin' copyrighted, and every single time I stream, I just get like tons of messages about how I'm gonna go to YouTube jail for streaming the game. I mean, I could turn the music off entirely, but it really wouldn't be Fallout without the music. I feel like once you take the music out of Fallout, it just doesn't really have the same vibe. And you guys think I'm joking? Let me show you. I'm gonna show you what I mean. Hold on. I'm gonna show you what I mean here. So this is my Fallout video. This is the live stream that I did. Video cannot be monetized. 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 I can't do anything about this either. Like I can't do jack about it. I can't remove it or mute it or anything because the live stream is too long. So if I go to select action, you'll see it says editing is disabled because this video is too long. Editing is disabled because this video is too long. Editing is disabled because this video is too long. And there's no way I can dispute it either because, you know, they're legitimate claims. It's unfortunate. I just can't stream Fallout because there's too much copyrighted music in the game. I wish I could. I really wish I could just blare the music, to be honest. I wish I could have the whole thing run all the time. You know, Atom Bomb Babies, you know, or Stars of the Midnight Ranger. No, I can't. I can't have anything. Like, and half the time, even some of the music that you can't mute is frickin' copyrighted in that game too, which is unfortunate. It's very unfriendly to the streaming community. That's pretty much all I have to say. It's very unfriendly. I had a couple games like that I've streamed that were just extremely unfriendly for streamers. There was one of them pissed me off. Oh my god, pissed me off so bad. It was a game called... it was one of my horror games, actually. And I played it. It actually had a streamer mode. It was the weirdest thing in the world. It had a streamer mode and everything. And I literally... I was playing the game with the streamer mode turned on, and even with the streamer mode turned on, I still ended up with, like, tons of copyright freaking messages. It's just all over the place. I'm like, what's the point of a streamer mode then? Like, why did you even have a streamer mode? What, are you just trying to trick me? You're trying to trick me into thinking I'm safe? He's gonna think he's safe. He's not safe. I was so pissed. And the music was worse, too. That was the bad thing. Like, not only did you end up with, like, in streamer mode, not only did you end up with worse music, but you also ended up with still having the copyright strikes. So you got the copyright messages and you also had worse music. I don't know. My personal opinion is when it comes to this kind of stuff, is I think that if it's in the video game and you're playing the video game and you're obviously not like removing the thing from the video game and manipulating it in some way. Like I know some people will actually take video game songs, cut them out of the video game and then play them separately from the video game, but like if the person is actually playing the game, then I don't understand why they need to go so far as to, destroy the stream essentially because of it. I guess what I'm trying to say is if it's being used for the purpose that it was purchased for, because these companies are purchasing license for this song. If it's being used in the thing that it was purchased for, which is exactly what you're doing when you're playing the video game, then I don't see any reason why it can't be playing in the background while somebody's playing the video game. Play Eye of the Toilet on loop then? Eye of the toilet is never enough. Yeah, the show was really good. It was really good, really good. I looked at the Who didn't like it? That's the question. Honestly, everybody, I think, pretty much likes the new Fallout TV show. with the exception of a very odd minority of people. I don't really know who wouldn't, to be honest. Where's the rest of my 1%ers? Ah, there's another 1%er. Where's all my 1% magic find charms? I need all my 1% magic find charms. 'Cause if I don't got 'em, I'll go insane. Atomic powered mega brain. Oh, Diablo's a baby, he cries all the time, and Mephisto sucks, he ain't got no legs. He looks like he came out of a bad hentai. And Bale laughs way too much for my pie. Oh, Bale keeps laughing even when he's dead. He keeps on laughing when he's baking bread. I don't know what to tell you about Bale, sir, 'cause he never stops laughing and he's gonna go to jail. And then when he dies, he's screaming so loud that even when I leave the game, he's still screaming, wow. Oh, frickin' Bale can go to hell. Go straight right on to frickin' hell. And Dario's got an apple tassels, way too many that her mama said no. But Dario's a bad girl, and she don't care about you telling her no. You could not have a belly button ring. Comes home with 72 belly button rings. What'd you say, Mom? I can't have belly button rings? What? Well, how about this? A ring of belly button rings. It's literally a ring of belly button rings around my belly button. It's so stupid. I'm so stupid. I am stupid. I'm dumb. That's what I am. I'm Lisa. You want to get into Diablo? Can I give you some advice for starting? Sure. If you've never played Diablo before, honestly, your best bet is just to hop in and just have some fun and bash your head against the wall. And I mean, it really doesn't matter. Just have fun playing the game. A lot of people would hand you an Enigma and a frickin' Grief and slap you an Infinity and like set you up in like the most broken, overpowered class, and you'll probably get bored with the game in like 5 minutes playing that character. But my advice to you, if you're a new character to the game, is honestly just to hop in and start playing. Normal difficulty is relatively easy, and so when you play the game, you can have a lot of fun exploring, testing things out, playing around with items, finding equipment, like in normal difficulty. Normal difficulty, I like to think of it as basically like the tutorial mode. You can pretty much do whatever you want to in normal difficulty, and for the most part, you can get away with it. In Nightmare difficulty, however, not so much. Nightmare difficulty is where things start to get difficult, and you do have to kind of tighten up and actually pick a build and figure out how you want to make your character, and your equipment does have to be up to snuff when you get to Nightmare difficulty. And then in Hell difficulty, that's where things get really serious, and you start to have to actually build a character like the correct-ish way, and your equipment has to be, you know, good enough to actually be able to take Hell difficulty. And this is where you need to start understanding the mechanics of the game and how the game actually works and calculates damage and stuff like that. But honestly, if you play the game in normal difficulty, you can have fun derping around, exploring different characters, playing around with different stuff, finding equipment, and just generally just enjoying the game and exploring. Another thing is that when you find items in the game, you may not know what to do with the items. And thankfully, you are looking at the guy who literally has a trillion videos on Diablo. So if you go to my YouTube channel, which I'm going to link that for you right now, but if you go to my YouTube channel, you'll see that I have like a trillion videos on every single topic for the game. Now, what I would recommend, if you want to explore the game and actually learn it the right way, is you actually just pull up my videos on like individual items and things. I basically have videos on like every single topic, like skills. I have videos on items. I have videos on like sets, all sorts of stuff. So let's say you're running along, right? And you're running along and you happen to find, I don't know, let's say you happen to find a gold wrap, right? So you find a gold wrap, and you wanna find out what to do with gold wrap, right? Well, if you search for gold wrap up here at the top, you'll find I have a video on the gold wrap, right? So you can pull that video up, you can take a look at the gold wrap, you can learn what to do with the gold wrap, and then you can basically figure out essentially, what's best to use it for, what characters it works best on, etc. And in this way, you can just explore the game instead of being told how to play the game, and you can just have fun exploring the game. You're never going to be able to go back, like, to when you were a new player and just learning the game and having fun. And it's much more enjoyable to learn it this way, where you're literally just playing the game, and then you find an item, and you might want to figure out what that item is that you found. You're excited you found something, right? And if you ask somebody online, I hate to tell you, but 9 times out of 10, 99 times out of 100, you ask somebody about the item that you found, they're going to tell you it's garbage. They're going to tell you, why did you pick it up? They're going to tell you you're an idiot. Throw it back on the ground. What's wrong with you? Why do you have herpes? And why is your mom ugly? And it's going to be really overwhelming, because every single time you ask about anything, basically, nobody has a good opinion on anything, even the items that are actually worth keeping, and even the items that actually do have purposes within the game. People will still tell you that they're garbage and that they're not worth anything. So I generally recommend you avoid just simply like picking up an item and then asking somebody online whether it's any good or has any usefulness. Because if you pick up an item and you ask somebody, they're just gonna tell you something stupid. I'm gonna give you the real lowdown facts. I'm gonna tell you what it's good for, what it's not good for, why it's bad, why it's good, which characters can use it, to the whole 9 yards, and then you get a better idea of the game in general. And this goes for everything, with skills, abilities, all sorts of things. Like if you are interested in using a specific ability, like maybe you want to use charge or sacrifice, I've got videos on those too. And you can, this way you can just explore the game naturally, instead of having everything thrown to you all at once in like a big old pack, where somebody just hands you like put all this equipment on. All right, use these skills. All right, hit these buttons. Okay, I don't even know what I'm doing. You don't have to know what you're doing. Just put this equipment on and press these buttons and shut up. And you're like, okay. And then you get bored with the game and you stop playing. Which is basically how it works. I have so many emails. Who email me? My phone says I got like 3 or 4 emails. Let's check my email real quick. You guys don't get to see. You guys don't get to see. Neener, neener, neener. Wants me to talk to him about a merch shop. Okay. Something called Fourth Wall. Fourth Wall HE. Most of this stuff is... It's freaking... I don't even know. Like, I already have a merch shop, but... Oh yeah, that belongs to Charcy. I hate that. I hate people say that.
That's a Charcy item. Give that straight to Charcy. Your mom's a Charcy. I'll sell you to Charcy.
I'm gonna sell your mom to Charcy. How about that? Your mom, I tried to sell your mom to Charcy and she only gave me 3 gold coins. That was really depressing. Okay, what were we doing? You got me discombobulated here. Discombobulated. Alright, we're still getting the cracked Lochaber axe. We're trying to get a different doojank other than the cracked Lochaber axe. I'm concerned that there may not be another option. Like, I think at some point or another we might be looking at a situation where there is no other, like, drop other than the cracked Lochaber axe, and maybe we're just looking at this the wrong way. I don't know. See, Irene? See, Irene understands. She understands. It's really freaking annoying when you guys say feed it to Charcy. It's really, really annoying. Like, that's not what we're looking for. When we ask you a question, like, if somebody asks you a question about an item and they're trying to figure out what the stats are on the item, they don't want to hear give it to Charcy. That's not what they're hoping to hear. They want like an actual explanation of like how good the item is. That's what they want. Like you guys with the feed it to Charcy bullcrap. You guys don't understand how ridiculously annoying you are. I want answers. That's what I want. And that's what I give you in my YouTube videos. I think that's what I'm trying to get at here, is that in my YouTube videos, I give you answers. I even have a YouTube video on some of the worst items in the game that I still consider to be among the worst items in the game. I still have a YouTube video on them, so you can go on there and find out about the item and understand how they work. Like I got you. I'm gonna hook you up. All right, 185%. That's another blue item. Oops. Another blue item at 185%. I honestly don't know if it's a good idea for newer players to join the kinship. I feel like every single newer person that I've seen that joins the kinship that's brand new to the game, like never played the game before or hasn't played the game in like frickin' like 20 years or something, I feel like they always get led astray, like by demons in the night. And I don't know how to say it. Like the last guy who was brand new to the kinship, like and brand new to the game, all of a sudden he was rolling in like infinities, enigmas, freaking like everything in the world that he could possibly have, like way too early in the game. I feel like he wanted to like keep up with the group because he felt like we were so good at the game that he had to go on to a website and, you know, like sell you know, his soul to the devil essentially to, you know, to get what he wanted. But like the kinship would have given him pretty much anything that he needed. Like he didn't have to go on an RMT website and purchase a bunch of, you know, runes, which it was obvious that he did. And then you get the guy who's just so overwhelmed like by everything that he just can't keep up with nothing, and he just doesn't have fun. And we've had that before too. Speaking of Eye of the Toilet, this was one of the guys that actually really liked my Eye of the Toilet song. He was from Diablo 4, and he'd never really played Diablo 2 before. And I told him that it probably wasn't going to be a good idea for him to join, you know, the ladder start because he was still too new to the game. And afterwards, he did confide in me, and he told me that he didn't have fun. Like that it wasn't fun for him because he didn't know what was going on. He didn't know what we were doing. He didn't know. Like, he constantly felt like we were just kind of rushing him along. And I even put him in my group so I could kind of try and baby him. But, did not work. Did not work. Irene is a grubby pawed raccoon. That's right, the grubby pawed raccoon. Do you raccoon, oh do you raccoon? You put your grubby paws all up in the air, and then you grab everything like you just don't care, 'cause you are a raccoon, and you really don't care, and you grab everything, and you take it back to the bank, and you do not care, 'cause you want more to put in the tank, and you are grubby raccoon, and you take everything. And this is what we do with grubby raccoons. Grubby raccoon. Grubby, grubby, grubby. A grubby raccoon. Who doesn't like a grubby raccoon? I saw the cutest video earlier. It was the craziest thing. It was literally just a picture of a trash can. It was a video of a trash can. And in the trash can was a bunch of aluminum cans. And, like, the cans were moving all around. I wonder if I can find it. Wah, wah, wah. Wah, wah, wah. Is this it? Yeah, this is it right here. Let me make sure there's no music on it. That is not it. Dang it. See, I should have saved it. Anyway, he was like rolling around under the freaking aluminum cans, like, and you could just see the aluminum cans like moving around, but you couldn't see the raccoon. And then eventually the raccoon came up to the surface for air, like like he was a submarine diving in the raccoon in the can pit. Raccoons always crack me up. You know what? They already know what the secret to life is. All right? They know what they want. What they want is food. All right? And they're going to get it, okay? They have one purpose in life. They got grubby paws, and they're going to use their grubby paws to grab food, and that's it. And they don't need any other. They don't need anything else in their life. They got grubby paws, and they're going to use their grubby paws, and that's all there is to it. What you got? I want it. How about that? Give it to me. You got a hot dog there? I would like a hot dog. I would definitely like a hot dog. Is it? Do you got any condiments? I'll take those too. I ketchup packets. I got like 16 ketchup packets at home. They're delicious. I eat those with my hot dogs that I pull out of the trash can. Nothing like a good Frankfurter with a little catsup. See what I did there? I said catsup because I'm an animal. You tried to kidnap a baby raccoon? What? I had a bunch of raccoons actually sneak up on me when I was at a job site one time. I remember texting my boss, and I was like, there's raccoons in here. And I think I got some pictures of them and everything. I don't even know if they're still on my phone. It's been so long, but curious. I can always go check and see. I don't think there is. Nope. Nope. This phone definitely doesn't have it. They were cute raccoons too. They were differently colored raccoons. You know, most raccoons are the black and white variety. The one that I had seen was the was the other color raccoons, which are really cute too. They're the brown raccoons. They look like see if I can find a picture of them. It's such a stark contrast between like the gray and white raccoons and the brown and white raccoons, or tan. I want to say tan. Yeah, here's a good picture. This is a good picture. This is what they look like. They were chasing me around at the job site, the little bastards. Little baby raccoons. Little baby raccoons. Look at them. Look at them. Look at them looking all raccoonish. Got that raccoon look in his eye. He's ready. Look, he's got little grubby paws. They ready too. He's ready. He's ready. Got the grubby paws. He's ready. He's ready to get you. He said, bum 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 bum. Another balanced axe. What percentage are we at now? So we hit another magic one. 193%. I went. Alright. I really should probably keep track of these on a notepad, but whatever. I'm lazy. Surely I'll be able to look back and chat. And I'll be able to see. You know, I don't know nothing about this freaking game. No Rest for the Wicked either. Like, people just been asking me to play it, and I don't know jack about it. Maybe we should watch like a little trailer of it real quick. It is coming tomorrow. Let's take a look at the trailer. I'm gonna turn the music off because I don't know if they got copyrighted doojanks in there. Let's check real quick. Yeah, probably copyrighted. Oh, they made Ori in the Blind Forest? Okay. It's got like kind of like a cell-shaded sort of a kind of a look to it. It does kind of look like Ori in the Blind Forest. A little bit. Not exactly, but a little bit. You can see that it was made by the same people. Do 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 do. Is the trailer a static variable? No. Charles is a static variable because he's always distracting me. I can always rely on Charles to distract me. Always. Okay, alright. I mean, it definitely looks really interesting. I like those bosses. Those bosses are really cool looking. They are very intriguing looking. Way better than the Diablo 4 bosses. Way better than the Diablo 4 bosses. Can we just take a minute here and can we really just like analyze these bosses for a second? Look at how beautiful the bosses are. Look at how animated they are. Like look at this boss like going across the map almost. Like watch him like literally move across the entire map. Like he starts over here, right? And he slowly but surely like has like this big animated attack which causes him to like leap across the battlefield, right? And look at this guy. Look at this guy. Comes like literally running at the freaking dude. Like you got like a freaking lance coming in. And then we got this boy over here smashing the dirt, knocking people back. And this guy's really cool looking with his freaking tentacle arms. I don't know what the hell he is, but he looks freaking beast. Coming in with the tentacle attack. Like, they just look way more animated and way more cool than the Diablo 4 bosses, like, by miles. And this is No Rest for the Wicked. It comes out tomorrow. We'll check it out. It starts tomorrow at around like 12 Eastern Standard. So I'll start the stream a little bit early, around like 1 o'clock, and we'll have some fun with that. Because that's going to be coming out tomorrow, I'll probably cancel this stream a little bit earlier than normal so I can get some sleep. Charles ain't got nothing to say about me saying he's a static variable, does he? He ain't got nothing to say. No Rest for the Wicked. The live stream is already scheduled, by the way, if you guys want to head over there and like bookmark it or hit the like button or whatever. Let me pull it up for you guys. I can link it to you. Bink. There you go. No Rest for the Wicked. And that's the video right there. So that's the live stream, which will be up tomorrow. I already have it pre-scheduled. All right, so we're at this 193%. Is that what we were at before? Yeah, okay, so we didn't change. Let's go ahead and upgrade a little bit further. Boom, 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 boom. I think we've used up all our 1%. Okay, so we got to remove... Trying to like I said, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There should be one more. Pretty sure I made 10. Grumble, grumble, roar, roar. Grumble, 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 grumble. Bumble, bumble, pour, pour. Grumble, grumble, roar, roar. Alright, well, anyway. Looks like we're going to miss a percentage. Alright, so let's put another 10% in, which brings us to 195. And we could test 195. Put my armpits down. He's static and proud. He's proud to be static. That's terrible. Her hair is standing on him. That's terrible. You don't want to be that static. That's the wrong kind of static. Put your static arms in the air, and your armpits don't care because they're stinking up the world, and you don't gotta know. Man, when I was younger, this is disgrosticating, so I'm outing myself on gross behavior. But I used to like come in from work sometimes, and I'd be stinky. Okay, I'd be pretty stinky, very stinky actually, and I was very proud of my stinkiness because I worked hard to get that stinky. I worked dang hard to get that stinky, okay? And so somebody would, inevitably like walk by me while I'd just come home from work. And of course I'm gonna take a shower. But they'd be like, "Ah man, you stink." And so I would literally just like and blow the stink right at them too. I would give them a full whammy of stink, and then I would double gun them sometimes too. I would do both. I would double gun them. I'd be like, look, I just came home from work and I'm hot and I'm stanky, and yeah, I know it, but you ain't got to say nothing. I was about to head to the shower. Here, you can have a double cannon of it. How about that? You can have two cannons. I'll give you two cannons. You like two cannons? Double bubble toil and armpit trouble. Wah wah wah. Okay. Okay, so 198 does nothing. I'm just kind of collecting some data here, and then we're gonna try out some stuff. I really would like to see a set item. I would really like to see a unique item. That's the goal, but we haven't seen a set or unique item yet, and I don't really know how to force that to happen. I'm just checking all the magic find percentages right now, and if we have no unique or no set item on the magic find percentages, well then, yeah, blah. Your feet sweat like nuts. Man, my nuts sweat like feet. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, we got another one. What's this one? 200% exactly? That's interesting. So 200% exactly is also a number. Huh. Let's do some quick testing real quick just for fun. We're gonna go down to the city, down to the jail, and then we come back and we give ourselves a pail. Down to the city and down to the jail. I want to test one more thing. Let's go back down to the jail again. And then back to Inner Cloister. Interesting. What's up, Michael? Alright, let's do a couple tests here real quick. So first off, I want to check this. Let's take this 1%er, put it back in here. We got 200%. Okay, so 200% gives us a blue lock bar axe. Let's double check that real quick. How many butts do you have? And the real question is, how high up does your butt go? I have a really high butt. My butt goes really far up my back. You know, like, do you got a low butt or a high butt? Like, that's the question. Like, how far up your back does your crack go? Like, that's a serious question. A lot of people don't think about that question, but some people just have really long butt cracks. You've got like the long crack of the longing, the longest crack that ever cracked the cracking. The kraken. And if it's really hairy, you have a musk crack. Okay. If it's an extremely hairy butt crack, so extremely hairy butt crack equals a musk crack. That's a musk crack. If you've got a really hairy one, it's a musk crack. MA16 said he is more crack than man. Oh, wow. It's impressive. It's very impressive. More crack than man. He's got the crack of the heavens. The heavenly crack. Interesting. So now we just get the balanced axe, and we don't get the lockbar axe. So it changed. Interesting. Let's keep on changing this. We can't change this unless we're in game, right? We gotta be in game. Yeah, we gotta be in game. The never-ending crack? The crackening? 1 crack, 2 crack, 3 crack, blue crack? What? 1 crack, 2 crack, 3 crack, crack, blue crack, 5 crack, 6 crack, 7 crack, snoo crack. 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 6 o'clock, crack. We gotta crack around the clock tonight. I still remember this one time I was at my grandma's house. And I used to go over to my grandma's house all the time. Okay. And I used to get, she used to have white grape juice. And she used to have gingerbread cookies. Pepperidge Farm gingerbread cookies. And so I'd go over there all the time, and I'd be like, "Grandma, can I have some cookies?" And she would bring out her little bag of Pepperidge Farm gingerbread men's, and I would get a little cup of white grape juice. And I remember I was sitting in the kitchen one time, and I was eating my little cookies, and I was just having a time. I was eating my little cookies, and I was drinking my little white grape juice, and all of a sudden I heard her fart, and she did not acknowledge that she farted. She did not. But it got worse. So after she farted, it was just a normal fart. It was like a, no big deal. But apparently she was wearing a corset. I don't know if it was an old granny corset or a young lady corset or whatever, but it was a corset. All right. And apparently the fart was trapped between her skin and the corset and could not get out. This was a very tight corset, apparently. And you could hear it wheezing as it traveled up the corset. Like, it literally was like, and then it was like, and then it finally reached the top of her back where her corset, I guess, was against her back. And then it made a second fart noise as it came out the top of the corset. So it was like, and I'd never heard a fart come out of like somebody's back of somebody's head before, but that's where it sounded like it came from. It sounded like it came out of the back of her head. And to this day, I do not remember, like, I remember like thinking back and like, but she never acknowledged that it happened. Like, that had to be like, she had to feel it, right? I mean, you had to feel it going up your back, right? You had to feel it. You just, I don't. I mean, I've had a couple weird ones in my lifetime. Nothing like that, but I've had a couple of them where instead of going up, they go down, and they got to make it past the ball and tackle, and like that's a whole experience right there, just having the fart make it past your ball and tackle. But going up your entire back, right? That's got to be a whole nother thing. Oh, her farts were terrible. They always smelled like broccoli and like old nasty broccoli farts, if I remember correctly. They were always old nasty broccoli farts. Smelled like she was eating asparagus every single day. We's nasty, Herbo? Oh, man. No, you nasty. How about that? No, you nasty.
Yo mama, yo daddy, yo greasy granny, yo mama, yo daddy, yo greasy granny.
Y'all know what I'm talking about too. Y'all know. Y'all know what I'm talking about when I say broccoli farts. Y'all know. Y'all too old not to know what broccoli farts are. Y'all know. Y'all don't need me to explain. Mm, 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 mm. I'm doing some tests here real quick to see how the items change in between player counts. Seems to be pretty drastic between the set player counts that we've already discovered. Just wanted to kind of get an idea. Yeah, so pretty crappy. You heard unicorns have the nastiest farts, even if they look beautiful. It smells like death. Oh man, I thought they would have like rainbow farts. Rainbows. Talking about my rainbows. I got lots of beautiful rainbows. All my rainbows. All right. Well, I think we have to do the testing in Players 1, unfortunately, because I feel like if we're going to do this online, if we're going to try to apply this online, it's got to be in Players 1. So we're going to have to check Players 1, and I'm going to have to play around with it in Players 1, which means I'm going to have to find a combination that drops me an item, and then also then from there find a combination that gives me a unique. It's going to be a pain in my butt. But let's try a couple combinations. Nothing. Nothing. I'm a feeling so blue for you. Nothing. You give me the big old poo. I don't know, my girlfriend told me the other day that I was childish and I only made fart jokes and boob jokes and stuff. And I was like, you know what? You know what? It's like, why not? What's wrong with fart jokes and boob jokes? I like fart jokes and boob jokes. We got a Grand Charm. That's interesting. That was Cold Plains and that was Cold Plains and then Intercloister. Let's play around with this Grand Charm, and let's see if we can force this Grand Charm to become a unique. That'd be interesting. Alright, so we have the Grand Charm drop. It's a guaranteed drop every single time. So now we basically just have to adjust our Magic Find percentage until we find the right percentage to force it to upgrade quality. Now, as far as I know, the Magic Charm cannot become anything other than a unique, which means that forcing it to upgrade quality means turning it into a Geeds. Which, if we could force it to become a Geeds, then we might have our Magic Find percent number, and then we can play around with it from there. Still a blue. What's up, B-Stump? Thanks for the follow, my friend. I always appreciate the support. Welcome, welcome. Deep within the world, there lies a secret. One that we seek to uncover. Can we divulge the deepest, darkest secrets of the world? Stay tuned and find out. Deepest, darkest secrets of the whole world. Deepest, darkest secrets of the world. Oh, deepest, darkest. Oh, secrets, yeah. We got the deepest, darkest secrets in the hair. Oh, deepest, darkest. So deep and so dark. So very deep. So very dark. So very deep, deep, deep and dark. So very deep and deep and dark. So very deep, deep, deep and dark. We find a charm. It's not the one that we need, so we are gone. We're going to keep on going, 'cause we need to find out, yo. What are those charms? It's the same charm over and over and over again. Sealed V8. Thank you for the follow, sir. I always say sub because I'm used to YouTube. I'm on YouTube and Twitch at the same time, so forgive me for getting my vernacular mixed up on occasion. And what is the charm? The charm is a 28 to life charm of sustenance. It is a charm, a beautiful charm, but that's not the charm that we want. We want a charm that we can love and lay down at the night, doot, 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 and squeeze her butt and tell her what. It is a charm we cannot see, but every time it's the same charm, and we need to force it to change. That's what we're trying to do, force it to change. We don't try to do force to change. Gotta make a change, gotta do the thing. So we add some magic fine, just 1%. We keep on adding 1%, and every time we change the variable, hoping that we can force it to change. Force to change, yeah, force to change. We don't know when or why, but we know that it works, and I am singing stupid songs while I do myself a twerk. Doot, 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 doot. I basically broke the community? Why would I break the community? Why would the community break? Why would it break? Why? Why does it break? Why did they break it? Are they not interested in the deep, dark secrets of the universe? Do they not care how, the how and the why?
Do they not care? Are you not entertained?
210 now. They were losing their hats over my video. Why were they losing their hats? Because I proved that the game's not random? Something that you all should have known anyway? Like, let's talk about this seriously for a second. How many of you really thought that Diablo 2 was actually rolling a dice for you every single time you clicked on an item? Did you really think that there was some little gremlin in the background with a pair of dice who was literally like, oh, he's clicking on a chest. Okay, he's clicking on the chest. Oh, snake eyes. You get a cracked sash. No, there was no little gremlin in the background, and there never was. And anybody who with half a brain, like in a gut instinct like Captain Kirk on Star Trek, had the feeling that something was never quite right. We all could sense it. We all could feel it. I just proved it. All I did... Well, you know what? Let's use a Star Trek line since I'm pulling out Star Trek stuff. His eyes unfurled! Love that episode, by the way. It's one of my favorite episodes. I really like that episode. I like talking in metaphors. His butt crack jiggled. Oh my god, that's so good. Wow. So, for those of you who are unaware, on the episode of Star Trek, they meet an alien race, and the alien race speaks in metaphors instead of speaking in regular language. And they can translate the alien language into English, but they can't figure out what the metaphors mean. Like, they have metaphors like Janad and Tanagra on the ocean. Janad and Tanagra, in the desert. And basically, they're supposed to have specific meanings and convey purpose and vocality to someone, right? Well, instead of saying he farted, we say the butt cheeks jiggled. Which is now the new way that you say fart. So when somebody farts, instead of saying dude, you farted, be like and Jeff's butt cheeks jiggled. I am so stupid. Why am I so stupid? uh, they also had other ones like his sails unfurled, which basically was supposed to mean like, on your way, like, like go, or like we're moving, like, and his sails unfurled was essentially meaning like they were moving somewhere. Like there's a bunch of different ones that you could potentially make, right? You could make all sorts of crazy like little things. Yeah, you get one about talking about somebody who's really fat and eats a lot, and instead of saying that they're fat and they eat a lot, you say Jenny at the buffet. The buffet empty, and then you'll hang your head. Jenny at the buffet. The buffet empty. I'm dying over here. I'm sorry. I got one for diarrhea now. Here you go. Here's one for diarrhea. Jeff and John, their tummies gurgled. The jiggler is now empty. I feel like his sails unfurled could potentially go well with a fart, too. His sails unfurled! Jenny. A tier rune. Interesting. What was that? Catacombs? Was that Cold Plains the Catacombs? That was Cold Plains Catacombs Inner Cloister, right? For the tier rune? So, Cold Plains, Catacombs. Haha, a tier rune. Can we change the tier rune? Like, do you guys think it's possible to force the tier rune to become something else? I mean, it's the first time we've gotten a rune, and we have a guaranteed rune drop that we can make happen every single time. I'm curious if we can, like, manipulate the rune drop for the tier rune. Let's add 1% Magic Find, and let's, just as a lull, let's see if Magic Find has any change on it. Revenge of the Colon? What's wrong with Revenge of the Colon? GGM. Inside the colon. Still a tier rune. The jiggler led skid marks down the scales. Dang, said skid marks. Them things are terrible. There's terrible skid marks. I'm gonna lie to you. That's tierable luck. Ah, yes, the tierable luck. Rockadishu. What can issue? Doesn't look like Magic Find has any effect on that, but it could be interesting though. Let's fall back to one of the percentages that was actually having an effect. So, what was it? 200%. 200% exactly was having an effect. Let's change it to 200%, just as a joke, as a meme, as a memely joke. We can take our 10% away. That brings us to 204, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. Brings us down to 200. Okay. So now we're at our 200. Let's try this again with the 200%, which was one of the magic numbers that we found that turned the items blue. The deep dark colon and its mysteries. Do you just refuse to believe that MF doesn't affect rune drops, or is it some other mechanism that I haven't heard of? Magic Find doesn't affect rune drops as far as anyone is aware, and even the mechanics state that Magic Find doesn't affect rune drops. I'm 100% certain that it doesn't, but as you can clearly see, I'm still testing that whether it does. I mean, where did you ever see anyone prove that Magic Find does affect rune drops? I mean, from what we've been able to test and the information that we've been able to come across, Magic Find doesn't even affect drops. like, it's kind of funny, but and it's also kind of sad at the same time. Is that Magic Find actually doesn't even affect drops itself? It's actually specific Magic Find percentages that seems to change the drops, not Magic Find in general. Like you can have 8,000% Magic Find, and the funny thing is that 8,000% Magic Find will probably still get you crap, because Magic Find is apparently not what actually gives you the drop. We've been testing that in exhausting fashion. I haven't really stopped, to be honest. Back to what I was doing. Okay. Boop, boop. Boop, boop. Boop, boop. Oh, we got no drop that time? Probably because we waited too long. Let's try it again. Why am I suddenly getting nothing now? Are you... Couldn't be. Does Magic Find have a reverse effect? Couldn't be. We went to 200% Magic Find, and now the tier rune isn't falling. The magic number that we found earlier that caused the blue item to fall, now Magic Find is causing it to not fall. Let's take 1% away, go back to 199, and let's see if the tier rune suddenly falls again. So it was Cold Plains, and then it was Catacombs, and then it was Inner Cloister. And now we have the tier rune again. So the Magic Find is making the tier rune not fall? I think we may have just proved that not only does Magic Find not affect rune drops in the way that it would be positively beneficial, but I think we also just proved that Magic Find can actually negatively affect the rune drops if what I'm seeing is clear. But let's run this a couple more times. We went back to 200%. Let's go. We're back at the magic percentage that's supposed to like cause the drops to stop, right? So we have 200% now. Let's see what happens now. So let's do our little Cold Plains, then do our Catacombs, and then do our Inner Cloister. But now the tier rune is falling again. Strange. Strange, strange, strange. Very strange. I'm trying to think if there's any other variable that we potentially touched. We may have contaminated the variable at some point, but I don't think so. We did it like 3 times and it dropped nothing 3 times in a row. Unless maybe the no-drop roll is just happening and we just happen to get a no-drop roll 3 times in a row. And I mean, there's our no-drop roll again. So we got the no-drop roll a second again. Let's try this. Let's just try it a couple times. Let's see how many no-drop rolls we get and how many drops we get. The no-drop roll does seem to be a variable, but from what I've been able to tell, the no-drop roll is determined by the variables, so it shouldn't technically be doing this. The number of items in your inventory can change the drops from containers. We actually did test that, yes. But I've been keeping the number of items in my inventory pretty much the same for the majority of this testing to eliminate that as a potential variable, so hopefully that's not it. And again, we end up with nothing. Let's just keep doing this. I wanna verify that this 200% number means no drop. That's basically what we're looking at here. Is that the 200% number is giving us 0 drop every single time. No, see, now we got a tier rune again. So could it be that it's just enhancing the no drop roll? that somehow the magic find percentage, this particular magic find percentage, is enhancing the no drop roll, almost as if to say that the magic find percentage can potentially cause a no drop roll to happen, and it's increasing the odds that the no drop roll occurs, but it's not guaranteeing that the no drop roll occurs. Saving Private Colon, that's right, Saving Private Colon. I have to go to bed, but this is really interesting. Will it be possible to see what you find out later? You can always watch my live streams, Mata. They're always up on Twitch after I'm finished, and then on top of that, they're also always up on YouTube as well. Speaking of Twitch, I need to check and make sure that my Twitch videos are still being posted. For some reason or another, like, you know, when you have copyrighted content on the channel, it'll just automatically, like, depost your videos sometimes, so I need to make sure it's actually posting them. Yeah, it looks like everything's been posted. It muted the Fallout 4 video, and it muted the, oh man, it muted my frickin' variable testing video too? That's so rude. Why'd you do that? That's rude. And we got a no drop again. I mean, we get no drops at this 200% a lot. It's a lot. We were not getting any no drops before we hit the magic 200%. And it feels like it happens a lot at this 200%. Almost as if the 200% magic find is causing the no drop rolls, which is something that we've definitely is new that we're discovering here. So specific percentages of MF can cause no drop rolls, which sounds really weird when we say it, but it definitely does seem to be happening. Harry Potter and the Chamber of Colons. I'm coughing, just think about it. It's terrible. The Fellowship of the Colon. See, now you guys are just going too far. Now you guys are just going too far. Okay? So, the One Ring, 1 colon to rule them all, 1 colon to find them, 1 colon to bring them all, and in the darkness bind them. There you go, boys. I wrote it just for you. I post it in both chats, too. Because I'm amused with myself. As I often am. I make myself laugh a lot. It's not my intention, but sometimes the stuff that comes out of my mouth surprises even me. I hate to tell you guys this, but a lot of the times I don't even know what the hell I'm saying before it actually pops out of my mouth. Who you gonna call? Colon Busters! I ain't afraid of no farts. I ain't afraid of no sharts. That's right. I ain't afraid of no sharts. Shartastic. That's what it is. Shartastic. Oh, near, far, wherever you are, I will fart into your bed sheets. again. Don't worry. I had the chili. It was good and delicious, my friend. I gave Cody a hard candy, and I expected him to like bite it or suck it or chew it or something. No, he swallowed the entire hard candy, just like, and looked at me like I gave him a rock or something.
He's like, thank you for my rock.
Look, he showed up because I crinkled a wrapper like a fat kid. All it takes is one little wrapper crinkle. All you gotta do is just crinkle a wrapper, and he shows up immediately. He's like, oh, I see you have something that is wrapped in a plastic like material, and could possibly be something for me. It's my candy. It's not your candy. You don't even enjoy the candy. All you do is swallow it. That's right. No, Star Trek: The Search for Colon. The Search for Colon. Harry Potter and the Colon of Secrets? Oh, man. Now we're getting into the dirt. Now we're getting into the dirt. Alright. Let's change this magic find by 1%. Bringing us back up to 201. Let's see if we still get the no-drop rolls. Yep, you don't trust farts. That's a solid golden rule. That's the golden rule, don't trust farts. Don't trust your farts. Don't trust them whatever you do. They'll probably turn out to be poo. So don't trust your farts. I need the rest of the lyrics to this song. Hold on. Yeah. Don't trust the farts. Don't trust them whatever you do. 'Cause that fart's been fixin' to be poo. And we'll make a fool out of you. So don't trust the farts. Don't trust them whatever you do. The farts get confused with the poo. And they're coming for you. The Legend of the Colons, Ocarina of the Farts. Wow. That's a good one. That's a good one. What have I started? What have I started? Majora's fart. World of Colon Craft. The fart within. Did that thing? Was it not there? Cody. What are you doing? You want some of my candies? That's too bad. I'm eating it. Can't have my candies. It's in my mouth. He said, well, that doesn't mean anything. You can just give it to me anyway. I don't mind my little salivums. He said, I don't mind the little salivums on my candy. I mean, I'll take it anyway if you don't want it. I mean, if you don't want this, take it. I think it's from you. Cody, did you be nice to the Chinchillas today? Hmm? Did you go give the Chinchillas some kisses? Did you give them some kisses? Did you give the Chinchillas some kisses? Where the Chinchillas at? Are they being good boys? Hmm? You fighting with the Chinchillas? Did the Chinchilla bite your nose? Did he bite your nose? Hmm? Did he bite your nose? Oh no, look at this, it's typhus. There's a typhus. Red Dead farts, I love it. Unfarted Drake's colon. I'm calling for backup. The farting. Optimus fart. The power farters. Captain Farter, he's our hero. Has a colon made of adamantine zero. He can fart at 1,000 degrees and fry all of the frickin' fleas. Captain Farter, he's our hero. He can toot with the best of the Ritos. Rito, nah, wrong. The paranormal fart too. The paranormal fart, the fartening. Freddy Farter. Freddy's colon. Nightmare on Colon Street. Ah, Nightmare on Colon Street. Now that's a good one. You guys got me thinking a whole bunch of stupid names. The ring, boss, the ring. Colon the Barbarian. That's a pretty good one. Colon the Barbarian. Dragon Fart Z, the Battle of Colons. Dragon Fart Z now. He's our hero. Gonna take pollution down to zero. Dragon Fart Z, and we summon the dragon. 'Cause we want to make him swaggin'. Oops, I killed something. Which is gonna change the result. Late night with Colin O'Brien. Yes. Late night with Colin O'Brien. That is correct. How about this? Mortal Colon. There you go. Mortal Colon. Mortal Colon! Fart, 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 fart. Street farters? I can dig it. I can dig it. Street farters. I can dig it. Fart wing duck. Let's get colonish. Fart wing duck. Where colons are farting and farting are colon. Fart wing duck. Fart wing duck. All right, let's just try add in a whole bunch of magic fam. I just want to see if I can force this Grand Charm to change. We're going to add in like a trillion magic fam. I don't care how much. Let's stack it on. Let's stack on the magic fine like big boys. So we got 1,262%. Let's get dangerous. Hacked items. That implies that I'm using them for serious gameplay. But instead I'm using them for testing. Which means that they are... what would it be called? If you got your hands on like a developer's set of testing items, right? So it's like they're basically tools. Since I'm not actually using them in actual gameplay, all they really are to me is tools. That's it. Tools and nothing more. They're basically just dev tools, yeah. There's a big difference between something that is used for the actual gameplay and something that is just simply used for testing. I'm basically just using these as variables to test with, so it's no different than anybody else testing something with dev tools. I basically created my own dev tool pack. Alright, I need, you. What do I got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Need one more. Double law, trouble, and the trouble is the double. Darkwing Duke. Darkwing Duke. Freaking used to love Darkwing Duck when I was a kid. I am unbothered, B-Stump. I am unbothered. You have not bothered me in the least. I know my testing is my testing, and my testing has a first name, it's G-E-S-T-E-I-N-G. My testing has a second name, it's G-G-M-U-C. Gigi Muck. That's not what I meant to write. Gigi Muck. All right, let's try this. I think we're good. Okay, we're good. All right, testing. Frickin' Irene pulling out the frickin' she's pulling out the Flash Gordon.
Flash! He's savior of the universe. He'll save every one of us.
She's pulling out the Flash Gordon. Shart! The savior of the Poopyverse. It'll ruin your pantyverse. Your Pantyverse. Dang it, I hit the wrong button twice in a row. Go gadget unleash colon. Wow. Just unleash it directly into hell itself. Welcome to the colon. We've got fun and games. Farts and sharts and everything that you could ever want. Welcome to the colon. Can I hold your testing skulls? You got testing skulls? What kind of testing skulls do you have? I like testing skulls. Welcome to the colon. We got farts and memes. We're gonna take them all down and give them lots of steam in the colon. Banning. 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 Oi, oi, oi. Banning. 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 Oi, oi, oi. Cody, do you have a paw? I would like a paw. Can I have a paw? Just give me the paw. That's a good paw. Oh, that's a good paw. That's a good boy. That's a good paw. That's a good boy. That's a good paw. That's a good boy. Can I have another paw? Can I have another one? Can I have a paw? Can I get another paw? No more paw. I can't have another paw. There's a paw. Oh, there's a good paw. There's a good boy. That's a good boy. That's a good boy. That's a good paw. Do you want a chip? You did a good paw. I should probably give you the barbecues. You want some barbecue chips? I got some backyard barbecues. We're gonna give you the chip. What's chip? And I guess another chip. What do you think of them? Some got the good barbecues. You like the flavors? That's a good flavors. Colin is his name. He just sent me a link. A link about what? Farts? The page that you requested cannot be displayed right now. Maybe temporarily available. It doesn't work, beautiful lady. Says content not found. The Colon Buyers Club? Bow, 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 bow. Grunting hard, blood stuck to the steel. Colon won't participate anymore. We gotta squeeze them out as hard as we can so that they eject at Mach 7. Probably break through the floor and hit the guy at the door. But we've got to use our colon. I have to told it. Bow, bow, bow. Maybe the Grand Charm isn't the best option because it just doesn't want to. Maybe it's because maybe it can't upgrade to a to what we want. Maybe it just can't do it. I don't know. Maybe there's no way for it to upgrade. I don't know. I mean, we can keep trying some percentages here and there, but I don't feel like we're gonna hit anything. Seems like that one's just stuck, or if it isn't stuck, it's not stuck really good. It's got a good not stuck. I don't know. I don't know what to say. I don't know what I'm talking about. Cody, do you know what I'm talking about? Because I don't know what I'm talking about. still a Grand Charm, still blue, still 28 life, still sustenance, still a butt cheek, Cody. You want some more chips? He's a hungry boy. He said, I'm a big boy. He said, you only gave me like 2 chips. He said, what you think 2 chips gonna do? There's a drop in the bucket, and the bucket is empty. That is just rude. That's not even polite. I already told people that. Like I mean, I don't want to like give away where I live. And some people probably already know anyway. But like we're on lists. We're on lists. Like our city is on lists, and the lists are not good lists. They're bad lists. They're like the lists you don't want to be on. They're the bad people lists. The like when you have like a list where it's like the worst cities in the United States. Like, yeah, we're on that list. We're on like the worst cities in the United States list. This is not necessarily one of the best places to live in the world, that's for sure. Let's just say that there's a lot of colons in this city, and they're not nice colons. They're dirty, nasty colons, and they fart all the time. Colons. Colons never changes. I tooted. You guys didn't know that, but I farted. I was just making sure that you guys get the full experience. I tooted. It was a smaller, short burst of a toot, not like a big, long, like drawn out toot. It was sharp, but it was dry. It was a dry fart. Just wanted to make sure that you guys were aware. That's literally the basis of my entire character that I made recently, Gecko. I literally have a whole video on the elemental fire summon necromancer, basically. It's called the Pyromancer. And if you want to check it out, it's a pretty sweet build. I can link it to you real quick. It's a very, very fun build. I also go over it in my most recent Act 3 Iron Wolf video as well, if you want to check out that. But where's my Pyromancer build? There it is, Pyromancer. And I talk about it in this video right here. There you go, Gecko. That's the Pyromancer video. Also, I have a video up on the Act 3 Mercenary if you want to check that out as well. That's actually pretty recent, the Act 3 Merc video. And then I have the Act 2 Merc video and the Act 1 Merc video. And then I got the Act 5 Merc testing that I've been playing around with recently. That's the whole thing, too. The quackening. Irene said her farts sound like quacks. My girlfriend's farts sound like they come out of like a French horn or something, or like a trumpet. They always sound like they come out of like a brass instrument of some type, which is silly. My farts have a peculiar sound too. They sneak up on me. My girlfriend always laughs at me. She's like, why are you surprised? You farted. Like you didn't know it was coming, and I'm like, no, I didn't. It snuck up on me. It was a sneaky fart. I got them sneaky farts. They're ninja farts. They come up on you and they sneak up on you. You don't know they're coming until it's too late. The quackening. Are the variables affecting monster drops? Yeah, they affect monster drops too. We tested this with 100% visibility the other day. Here, I can show you real quick. Yeah, it just fell out. That's right. It just fell out. The fart just fell out. You know, it's kind of just rolled its way out of there, and it didn't know it was coming. I'll show you real quick. Hold on. It doesn't take much effort. I actually figured this out the other day, so I already know the pattern. It took us a while to find the pattern the other day, though. So do our monsters drops the same way? Yes, monster drops are the same way. And we determined this by using these two zombies right here. And when you kill them in a specific order, they drop specific items. I believe we did this test on Nightmare difficulty. Didn't we do it on Nightmare? I think we did it on Nightmare difficulty because it was easier and we could one-shot the monsters. I think that's what it was. Right? It was easier. We could one-shot the monsters, so it was an easier test. Yeah. So basically, we went out here and we went over this way, and there's two zombies here, and they got 39 gold. Depending on which order you kill them in, it changes the results. So let's try killing the one on the right first, and then the one on the left. And we were able to basically get the same exact drop over and over and over again from the monsters. So as you can see, 39 gold and bolts, and we can reproduce those every single time. We were messing around with a couple different things. One of them was a what was it? A bow. It was a bow we were getting every single time. That was fun. As you can see, same bolts. In fact, we can kill these guys too. It doesn't really matter. It only matters the order in which you kill them in, which is rather interesting. What player count am I on? Am I on 1? I think I am on player count 1. Let me check. Because I think I did the test on PA. That's how I got the specific item to fall. Yeah, we're on 1. Let's go back to 8. Need to fill your wife with beans. Yeah, get her all beaned up so you can have a fartathon. There you go. There's my razor bow, and I can make that razor bow fall every single time. So basically, it doesn't matter how many times I go back; it'll always be a razor blow as long as I kill them in the same order. And we tested out a bunch of things when it came to this just to kind of see. But yeah, it definitely is verifiable that the monsters are also affected by this. It's everything basically. Let's see, 39 gold, razor bow every single time. The crossbow from him. Am I using the same map seed every time? Yeah, I'm using the same map seed because that's how you can limit the seed code from changing, which allows you to test the variables. If you don't use the seed command, you can't test the variables. It's not possible to test the variables without it. Now, we didn't get the crossbow that time because we killed them out of order. We killed this one first and then this one, and the order changes it. So it's going to change every single time if you change the order. And it's interesting that even the order of the monsters, like in what order you kill them, changes things. I just farted like 3 or 4 times. I got the gas today. I got the G-A-S. I got the gas, Got to pass. I gotta pass all the gas. Passing the gas. Are we wholesale jettisoning magic find builds? I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. I'm unsure at this point. I'm kind of like teetering and tottering back and forth on a couple different things. I've been thinking about this a lot, and basically what I've been kind of like figuring in my brain is there's a couple different potential things that could be going on here besides farting, and basically it involves this. So if exact MF percentage is the main way that items are quote-unquote upgraded, then this does mean, unfortunately, that Magic Find is a lot less useful than we thought, right? So Magic Find is less useful than we thought, right? But there's also another train of thought, which is basically that the percentages rotate like a lazy Susan. as you kill monsters. And this could potentially mean that as you're playing, let's say you have 200% Magic Find. 200% Magic Find could mean crap most of the time, and then sometime it could mean something good. And it could just simply be where it lands on the little lazy Susan roulette wheel of a thing. And it's kind of interesting to consider that while Magic Find might be pretty garbage in the majority of situations, when you do hit that situation where it unlocks, you got the right key for the right lock, it could potentially mean that you have, something worthwhile. But I don't necessarily know if higher Magic Find is really all that much better than, say, lower Magic Find. What we have been able to find out, which is very clear, is that usually when an item drops at a specific quality, it will always drop at that specific quality, no matter what your Magic Find percentage is. And then what it seems to be within the game is that by having a very specific Magic Find, you can potentially turn a crap item into a good item, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the Magic Find is doing what you think it's doing the entire time, or if it's ever really going to do anything for you over the course of a run. I mean, it's like I'm trying to think of a good option here. Imagine playing pick 3, right? So pick 3 is a lottery. It's a lotto, right? So lotto. All right, and you pick 3, right? So you've picked 3 numbers. Let's pick 3 numbers like 1, 7, and 10. So those are our numbers. So we're always going to have 1, 7, and 10. All right. If I play this number every day for years, right? So I'm literally just like every single day when I go to work, I always buy a pick 3. And I always play numbers 1, 7, and 10. That's my number. Always play it 1, 7, 10, right? Eventually, I'm going to win, right? Doesn't matter like that I'm using the same number over and over again. Doesn't matter that I lose 1,000 times or 10,000 times. If I keep playing this number enough, eventually I will win, right? Because eventually it's going to be 1, 7, 10, right? And it would be really sad if like the day that it rolls 1, 7, 10, I just didn't happen to play that day. It would probably be pretty crappy for me. I'd be like, wait a minute, you mean my number hit and I didn't get my ticket? Something stupid like that, right? But basically that's kind of how this system seems to work, is it almost seems to be similar to like a pick 3 lotto, right? Or we could even say pick 4, because pick 4 might be a little bit more accurate because you can get numbers up to like 2,000% Magic Find, right? You can get into the 1,000%. I don't think you can go to 10,000, but you can get 2,000, right? So you'd be pick 4, so you could throw in a fourth number in here, like let's just throw in the number 20, right? So if there's basically like, let's just say that there's 9,000 feasibly, I don't even know what like feasible Magic Find is. Like, what's the highest Magic Find that's ever been gotten, like on a character, just out of curiosity? Highest Magic Find in D2R. The maximum amount that can currently be found is around 1,167%. Okay. So that means we have 1,167 different options on the roll, right? So, I mean, let's pretend that there's always a percentage that could potentially upgrade the item into a, whatever, right? Well, I mean, is your particular percentage going to be the one that is actually chosen for the 1,167? I mean, if you play enough games and you have, like, say, 200% Magic Find, as an example, and you play, over like 1,000 games or 10,000 games, eventually you will probably hit the lottery, right? Because you've killed so many monsters and your Magic Find percentage chance has had the opportunity to be played so many times. It's like buying like 10,000 tickets or like 20,000 tickets or something, like every single day. You got like one ticket for like 20,000 days, right? And eventually you're going to win. I mean, it's an interesting system that essentially guarantees that you will always eventually win. But it also guarantees that a lot of the times you will not win, which is also very interesting. So while we can make the statement that, and this is kind of important. So we make a statement, and the statement is fact. So a factual statement, and the factual statement is basically this: you will eventually win. Right. So this is statement number one. Factual statement number two, which you can also make from the opposite perspective, which is the majority of the time you are guaranteed to lose. Right? So when you think about the way that the Magic Find system seems to be working, is that you look at it from this perspective, and this is your optimist, right? Your eternal optimist. He says, well, you will eventually win. Like, it's only a matter of time. You will eventually win, right? But then the other side of the statement is, and the other factual statement is, which is 100% true, is the majority of the time you are guaranteed to lose. So we could also look at it from a third perspective, which if we make another statement, this statement might be more of along the lines of like a realist, and the realist is going to say, well, while the majority of the time is a loss, even when I do win, it's probably still garbage. And this is actually really interesting too, because this is more of the realist statement, and the realist statement has to do with the fact that, well, when we tested to find out like the majority of the like lotto winnings essentially of the Magic Find system, it seemed like they were almost primarily rare by default. So when you do win, and this would be the you will eventually win. Well, you will eventually win, but are you actually winning anything? It's like winning a prize of like a candy bar. You're like, oh man, I can't believe it! I won the lottery, guys! I won the lottery. They're like, oh man, how much did you win? 5 billion, 10 billion, 50 billion? Be like, nah, man, you know what I won? You know what I won? They sent it to me today. All right, I'm gonna show it to you, and you pull out a Snickers bar. I won a king size Snickers bar. All right, a king size Snickers bar. And your friend looks at you like, I thought you said you won the lottery, man. I did. I won a king size Snickers bar. King size. Did you not hear the king part? King size, not a regular size Snickers bar, a king size Snickers bar. Bro, I thought you won money or something. Like, I thought you won something good, like a diamond ring or like a freaking Rolex watch or something. Get out of here with your stupid king size Snickers bar. It's freaking stupid. But I mean, that's basically what it's like, right? Is that the majority of the times you're going to find junk, right? So even when the Magic Find percentage does roll in your favor, you know, even when it does roll in your favor and you're the optimist and you wins, a lot of the times you're just getting garbage, trash, like stuff that nobody wants, right? And even when it rolls the sets, which the sets was really low, but even when it rolls the sets, a lot of the times the sets garbage too. And the uniques were actually higher than the sets, which was quite interesting. But like, I don't like the fact that like there's certain Magic Find percentages that are just guaranteed to lose. I also don't like the fact that the Magic Find upgrades are obscured by the fact that there are drops that are guaranteed despite your Magic Find. So to give you guys an example of this, and this is actually really interesting, is that even if you are at 0% Magic Find, there are unique, set, rare drops that are guaranteed. They will happen no matter what. They are guaranteed winnings. And these guaranteed winnings have nothing to do with Magic Find. Nothing. Magic Find affects them in no way, shape, or form. So at what point do you say that Magic Find might not have any effect? Because if you read this statement that says you will eventually win, and then you realize that there are guaranteed drops within the game that literally have nothing to do with Magic Find, then how do you differentiate between the guaranteed winnings and what Magic Find is offering you? Which is a whole nother thing. And this makes me like not want to run Magic Find at all. And it's crazy because I've had 0% Magic Find characters find items like Wind Force, and I've had them find items like Tyrael's Might and crazy stuff that like you would expect that would never fall if you had like 0% Magic Find. But I've literally found them. And the only thing I can think of is that these were guaranteed lotto winnings. So these were guaranteed drops. They were going to drop no matter what Magic Find I had. In fact, for all we know, and this is actually kind of crazy, for all we know, Magic Find might make a guaranteed drop worse. And we don't necessarily know this, but we don't necessarily know that it won't. It's all very interesting. It's very interesting indeed. Salt licorice. I can stand licorice in small quantities. I can't stand it in large quantities. It's palatable. It's palatable up to a certain point, but I feel like once you eat too much of it, it starts to build up on you too much. Moldy feet, cheese, bacon burgers. What? Why are we talking about moldy feet? Rice pudding. I think I'm giving up on this Grand Charm. Nothing seems to be affecting it at all. I don't know. I don't know if I haven't done enough testing or what, but it feels like no matter how much I add or subtract, the Grand Charm stays a Grand Charm. Doesn't seem to have any effect whatsoever. It doesn't change into a unique item. I mean, one of the things that I always thought was that, and I think a lot of you guys thought it too, was that if you like did this enough times, that eventually, like as like a random chance, like it would turn into a unique item or whatever, right? That it would just be a certain number of potential opportunities, and then eventually it would hit like the number, right? And it would turn into a unique, but it doesn't seem to ever change from what it is, like ever. Like it just if that's what it's going to drop as, then that's what it will always drop as, and it never changes to anything else. The Grand Charm. The Grand Charm never changes. I mean, it could be, Mark, but I think they're probably spread out a little bit more interestingly. I mean, some of my old testing had proved that the percentages were sometimes right next to each other, and they were also sometimes not right next to each other. I mean, it was all very interesting that we had tested things. So, like, let me see if I could find my original. Yeah, here it is. So this was one of my original testings, and so we had like 165, and then like 175 was a change, but it was a blue if I remember correctly. And then it was like crap, 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 and then it eventually went to a rare man catcher at 255, and then it was like crap, 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 and then up at 285 it was a rare man catcher again, and then 286 was also a rare man catcher, which was interesting. They were literally right next to each other, and then it was crap, 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 and it was like, and it was strange because sometimes the Magic Find the bump numbers would be at like almost right next to each other, and sometimes they would be really far away from each other. I mean, we can find the bump numbers for pretty much anything, but finding the bump numbers for Like for instance with the rare man catcher. Um, I can't remember if we were doing this on P8, but we were at 255%, and we were testing one specific body in Act 3. And the reason why we were doing that one was because it didn't go anywhere. It was always in the same spot. The rare man catcher, though, I could never get the rare man catcher to change into the unique version, which was the Viper Fork. So I could never get it to change into the Viper Fork. Oh yeah, I was doing this testing with a sorceress. I know I was. Because otherwise I'd have to teleport to the body over and over again, and that's just a pain in the... Or run around to the body. I was teleporting to the body. Sugared breadcrumbs. What are we, horses?
Yes.
Horses, of course, of course, of course. A horse is a horse, of course. A horse is a horse, of course, of course. A horse is a horse, of course. Unless his name is Mr. Ed. We need to find a different item. I don't think the Grand Charm's gonna work. We're gonna have to go. Let's add some more variables and let's play around with this. So let's outer cloister. Okay, nothing. Actually, what player count are we on? Let's check that too before we start getting deep into this. Okay, we're on 1. Black of marsh we go. In our cloister, black of marsh, we got nothing, yo. In our cloister, black marsh, we got nothing, yo. Let's check it again, because we have seen that the no-drop rolls can potentially happen even if we are supposed to get something. So let's just do a double check. Still a no-drop. I mean, I think that's probably the most realistic scenario here, is that we had a bunch of people who had come from a background of mainly board games. Before Diablo 1 and Diablo 2, according to what I've been able to learn, is that the majority of the people that worked on the thing were board game players. So them approaching it from a situation or an idea of trying to make it like Dungeons and Dragons, I mean, when was this game created? It would have been created between the time period of 96 and 2000. So like in 1996, and this is a question that I think would be pertinent to what we're talking about. So what version of D&D was available in 1996? And then on top of that, let's take it further and let's say, so in that version of D&D, how did that version deal with loot tables? And it'd be interesting to find out the answer to that, because I guarantee you that David Brevik and the rest of them were pulling from games that they had played around that time period. So they were probably games that they had recently played or were playing at that particular time. Diablo 2 launched in June 28 of 2000, but they spent a long time creating the game before that, so it has development time. Development time is anywhere between like 6 to 4 years at the very least. Diablo 1 was 1996, so we have to assume that when Diablo 1 launched in 1996, they were probably working on Diablo 2 in 1996, going forward from the launch of Diablo 1. So essentially, they were probably already in the process of creating Diablo 2 right when Diablo 1 launched. They already started to work on things, draw up the plans, and the games that they were playing at that particular time probably influenced the way that they set up the system. I mean, I remember this one thing I was watching. Have you guys seen some of these guys that are like freaking like game developers? I got to pull this up here. Hold on, let me see. What was his name? The guy who worked on Diablo 2 Resurrected. Dun, 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 dun. The Diablo 2 Resurrected developer. Burr, 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 burr. It was the Vicarious Visions guy. What was his name? Vicarious Visions. Hmm. I know I did a video on it. I know I did. I just don't remember his name. Gosh dang it. Let's try typing in a Vicarious. No, Vicarious pulls up nothing. Ah, tooted. Do it again. I tooted like a wrecking ball. I ruined a pair of pants. I'll never be able to wear them. A freaking again. My fart came out like a wrecking ball. I never hit so hard in my pants before. Wrecked me. Wrecked me. I'm trying to remember the name of this guy. He was like the lead developer for Vicarious Visions. And, is the lead developer for Vicarious Visions, not the lead developer for Diablo or Blizzard. Bob, Bob, Bob. Merp, 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 merp. Of course, he's probably not the lead developer for him anymore. Was it Rob Gallerani? I think it was Rob Gallerani. I think that was his name. Rob Gallerani. Yes. Rob Gallerani. There it is. I think this is it. Yes, this is it. Okay, I want to show you guys this for a second. I want to show you something, suckers. Okay. I want you to look not at him. Not at him. Okay? I want you to look behind him. All right? Look at all of the board games he has. And we're not talking Monopoly. We're not talking like freaking Sorry. Look at all the board games this developer has, okay? If you don't think that these developers pull their stuff from board games, look at this. During the stream, he talks about his love of board games and how literally his love of board games brought him to basically like figuring out like games and like learning like Diablo 2 and stuff like this. And he talks about all these board games that he likes and how he plays them. And I guarantee you that like the original dev team was very similar, is they played a whole lot of this stuff. They played tons of these board games. All of these. Look, he's got like freaking every board game in the freaking world back here. And apparently he loves board games. Like I said, he talks about it during this stream. He talks about how much he absolutely adored board games and how board games worked and how it helped him to figure out Diablo 2 Resurrected. This is a really good watch, by the way. If you guys have never seen this, there's a lot of really good nuggets of information in here in the Diablo 2 system. So this is the D2R behind the scenes with Rob Gallerani. And this basically goes over a lot of the stuff that they talk about, a lot of these like deep hidden secrets within the game. It's actually a really cool watch, in my opinion. I'm actually kind of surprised it doesn't have more views than it does because it was around the time when D2R was at its height, and they were really going over a lot of interesting information in here about how they changed the game, like what they worked on, like what they tried to keep the same, and so forth and so on. And they even talked about like remaster without damage when they brought that freaking lady that tried to like repaint the Christ image and turned it into like a child's toy. Um, I looked at the AOL online connection. It was very interesting though. It was extremely interesting. It's definitely worth a watch. Mark said he sent me the tables on Discord. Let's take a look at them. So this is the AD&D 2E loot tables. Okay, so let's take a look at the AD&D 2E loot tables. Holy giant ad thing on my screen. Okay, so Chapter 10, Treasure and Magical Items. Who needs money? Forms of treasure. Let's actually just read this. So to simplify the assignment of treasure and layers... I hate this stupid sidebar, by the way. You want to know a secret? Watch this. Hold on. I need to inspect. Watch this. Delete. I bet you guys didn't know you could do that. If there's ever an element on a web page that you don't like, you can literally delete it from existence. Let me show you again. Right-click, inspect, delete. 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 Sometimes you have to do this multiple times because they have overlays over top of the thing. But you can literally, with enough attempts, you can delete pretty much anything from existence. It just takes enough clicks. And once you get it properly done, you just have to delete all of the elements from the code, essentially. And once you delete all of the elements from the code, there's nothing left. This one seems to be rather mean here. Delete you. You can also edit elements too. This is actually a way that people spoof stuff, by the way. I'm not sure if you guys have ever seen this before, but there's actually a way that companies have been spoofing people, or scammers have been spoofing people by using this. And they basically, what they do is they edit your window to say whatever they want it to say. Like, for instance, you see this right here that says Advanced Dungeons & Dragons 2nd Edition Wiki. I can inspect this and I can change it. So I can go in here and I can actually change the header name. So I can go edit, attribute, and then I can change what it says to something else. I can say GGM, hold on a second, edit. Let me edit the interpreter. See, I'm getting sidetracked here, but it's still hilarious. Let me try this again. All right, so we got treasure tables, right? So let's try treasure tables. So inspect elements, and we've got treasure tables right here, right? So we're going to edit this, and I'm going to edit it to say something else other than treasure tables. It's now going to say GGM's flavor expanded history. Unfortunately, I lost the element while I was editing it, but I still was able to edit it before I lost it. As you can see now, it just says GGM there. And you can actually do this in some crazy places, like some really crazy places. So, how people would use this to trick you. How would they use it to trick you? Well, let's say that you were talking to someone on the phone who had something to do with something that you were trying to send them for money, right? You send them money, or they send you money, right? And then they ask you to check your bank account to make sure that you got it, right? And then they would go into this system and they would actually edit the web page so that it says that you have money that they didn't send you. And then you would look in there and you were like, oh yeah, I've got the money. It says it right here, you know, like $256, you know, like such and such GGM Corp. but they can actually just edit it in. So they can make it say whatever they want to say. You can't even trust what the websites say anymore, because you can literally just edit it to say whatever you want. You can say butt cheeks if you want to. Butt cheeks are us. See, now it says butt cheeks are us. Now the website says butt cheeks are us. See, that's what it says. You can just go to the website and you can. This is butt cheeks are us. That's what this is. See. So you can't really trust what things say on here, unfortunately. I don't really know what to tell you other than that. Like, this is something that is actually real that you can do, like, really easily. Most people can do it. I can do it. You can do it. We can all do it. Okay, so treasure tables. To simplify the assignment of treasures to layers and monsters, the AD&D game uses a set of alphabetic codes to categorize different sizes and types of treasure. Each monster listing in the Monstrous Compendium has a treasure type listing followed by a series of letters. These letters refer to Table 84 in the Appendix 1 of the DMG treasure layer. So treasure types, does that sound really similar to treasure classes, anyone? Does that sound similar at all? It does to me. So treasure type and treasure class, probably very similar-ish. We also have individual and small layer treasures. DM's choice. To use the table 84 above, first find the letter given under the monster's listing. On that row, each column then lists the percentage chance of a particular type of treasure appearing and the size and range for that particular type. Treasures within no percentages listed are automatically present. Either choose to have that particular treasure present and the amount, or roll randomly to determine the result. The first part of the table, letters A through I, list treasures that are found in layers only. These are sizable treasures accumulated by social creatures, humans, orcs, goblins, hobgoblins, etc., or by those creatures notorious for their size or treasure hoards. The second part of the table lists treasures likely to be owned by intelligent individuals or to be found in layers that animal intelligence or less monsters. These treasures are small. Intelligent creatures seldom carry large amounts of cash, while unintelligent ones seldom make effort to collect it. When an individual or layer treasure warrants being larger than normal, several smaller entries can be listed to create an overall larger hoard. Gem variations, object of art, DMG tables. It talks about the DMG tables. Hit dice versus immunity. So this is a, hold on, we gotta go back here and look. It said to pull up a specific table. Table 85 is for the gems. We need table 84. Okay, so we need table 84 in the DMG chart. So let's go to the DMG tables and let's find table 84. 84 treasure types. I think that was the one we were already looking at, wasn't it? Yeah, we were already looking at this. So basically just, that was a circle. We just came right back in a circle to where we were. Yeah, we're already there. We went in a circle. A computer science background? I seem to be awfully knowledgeable on this topic. I've dealt with it before. Nobody's ever scammed me, but I mean, I think I'm a little bit more intelligent. I like to think that I'm intelligent anyway. I mean, let's use an example. Let's say, for instance, you were talking to someone on the phone and they had access to your computer in some way. Well, if they sent you money, why would you check to see if they sent you money on the computer for them to see? Why wouldn't you just check on your phone? They don't have access to your phone. Check on your phone. Even if you do check on the computer, compare the results with your phone. Like, if they edited the results, then your phone's not going to tell the same story. Bop, 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 bop. Hmm. Trying to think. I want to try a new. I kind of want to try a new little thing. I have an idea. I got an idea in my brain, mates. Jenny, I got an idea, Jenny. I got an idea, Jenny. It's a real smart idea, and I'm gonna try it. I think it's a good idea. Jenny, you gotta like ideas. Alright, so we need 200% exactly. Let's get this 185. 95. 96. 97, 98. Oh, not that one. 99, 100. Alright, so that should be 200%? Okay. Alright, we're gonna do something weird. I'm gonna take off the seed variable. I wanna test something interesting, but without the seed variable added in. I have an odd hunch, and it's not exactly the. I don't know if it's right, but we'll see. We shall see. I didn't mean to do that. Close you. No. Alt for. Alright, we're going to remove the seed variable real quick from the game settings. Put it down right here. That's my seed code, by the way, if you want to copy what I'm doing. It's in the description of like a lot of the videos that have to do with seed code related stuff, though. I farted in my sleep last night. I think it was a juicy one. I had to get up and run to the toilet again. Because I farted in my sleep last night. But it wasn't a fart, you see. It was a shart, my friend. And it was really yucky. I had to take a shower last night. 'Cause I farted again. Alright, we got a mat spear this time. We're just going to keep doing this over and over again. So now that we have the seed thing removed, the seed code is going to change every single time, basically. And it's going to, like, mess around with the results. But now that we have the magic find at the same percentage, I'm kind of interested to see if the magic find percentage is staying the same. So with this time, with this, we're going to keep the magic find percentage variable the same, but we're going to essentially allow the game to roll different objects. And I want to see if we get primarily blue items. The general thinking of this is essentially that because we know that a blue item comes from this particular body at 200% with one seed code, does the body also drop blue items on other seed codes if we maintain the same 200%? And so far, I've seen a bunch of blue items. That's the first low-quality item we've gotten. But it's interesting to consider the fact that keeping the magic find value the same and going the same route while letting the seed code randomly generate could potentially result in something interesting. So that's another white item. I'm kind of curious about this. Okay, when I say kind of, I mean I'm really curious about this. Because this is something that could be actionable. Actionable data. Actionable data is something that you could take online and you can play around with. So like if you even in an online environment, you could potentially do this and you could keep clicking the same corpse over and over again with an exact percentage of magic find. The general idea though is that if we want to find a percentage of magic find that gives us a unique item, we want to find the key essentially that gives us a unique or a set item and then use that key to hopefully give us something other than, you know, junk. And then we just basically keep applying that key to a lock. I mean, imagine you have 10,000 doors and you have a key that fits one of the 10,000 doors, and nobody told you which door the key goes into. Well, I mean, you could sit there and you can just put the key in every single door, and you can eventually open up the door that the key goes to, right? It's just a matter of time until you eventually find the right key for the door. And basically what we're doing here is we found the key, and now we're applying the key to every single lock to see what the key gives us. And if my hunch is correct, if you have the correct key and you continue to do this over and over again, you will eventually find the result that you're looking for, because you will eventually find the door that the key goes to, which gives you like a unique item or whatever it might have you. And it's interesting. Yeah, why would I go to YouTube jail, Novo? Why? Please do explain. Don't poop while wearing white pants. You should have worn your brown pants today. That's what you say. You say you should have wear your brown pants today. The dookie colored pants. My brother always used to joke all the time. I don't know if he's watching, but he always used to joke. He's like, I don't want brown. I don't want brown. I don't want doo-doo colored clothes. He goes, why would I buy doo-doo colored clothes? Oh, look at those pants. They're the color of doo-doo. I remember he would like deliberately avoid brown anything, brown shirts, brown pants, brown socks, brown shoes, brown hats. I mean, poop isn't always brown, so. He said that other people said he's going to YouTube jail. Other people? Irene always bringing wisdom to the chat. Sometimes they're nutty, sometimes they're corny. They can be brown or greenish brown. But when you try to flush them down, they come up and instead, Mr. Hanky the Christmas poo. Mr. Hanky the Christmas poo. Sometimes he's nutty, sometimes he's corny. He can be brown or greenish brown. But when you plopped him into the bowl, he popped his head up and said, Mr. Hanky the Christmas poo. It's a little early in the year for Christmas poo. I'll put it on the shelf. Yep, that's the formula. That's the formula. To see this right here? That is a nostril. That's a nostril. That is a nostril. Do you know what this is for? It's for sniffing and snoofing. That's for sniffing and snoofing. That's what that's for. That's a sniffer. That's a nostrum sniffer. It's a powerful sniffer, too. Can tell all sorts of things about somebody just from a sniff. Did you know that? Like, if you sniff this, what does this smell like? Give this a sniff. What does that smell? What you got smell in there? What about the butt? You want to smell the butt? This is a Hollow Knight. Him's a Hollow Knight. He's not real. He's a doll. Alright. Now when you smell this, what do you get when you smell that? What does it smell? Good smell? What does that smell like? Alright. And what about this? What does this smell like? What's that? I got a good sniffer? Smell that. What does that smell like? Alright, let's try another smell. How about this? What does this smell like? What does it smell like in there? What does that smell like? All right. How about this? What does that smell like? Does that smell like barbecues? Does it smell like barbecues in there? I love messing with him. That's half the fun. I mess with him all the time. Always messing with the dog. Robot butt smells. Sometimes I fart in his face. He deserves it too. He's a turd. I fart right in the dog's face. I'll be like, hey, Cody, come here. I'll crinkle a wrapper and everything, get him running. And then I'll be like, boom. Gotta crinkle that wrapper. It gets him running like a fat kid. He said, hey, fat dog, not fat kid. Him's looking at me right now. He said, I heard you crinkles a wrapper. He said, where is it? I want some. I said, you gonna give him some, Dad? He said, I want some. Cody, what did the apple say to the banana? What did the apple say to the banana? He said, banana bread. Stamina potion. I got some toy. That's right. That's my toy. No, that's my toy. Why are you trying to steal? Don't steal. That's my go. Why don't you go get your alligator? This is my toy. He said, wait just a minute, alum-taters. He said, I got some alum-tater. Not very appealing, Ginger. Well, you don't like my Hollow Knight doll? My Hollow Knight doll is from a video game. I'm actually waiting on the sequel to come out. It's called Silk Song. Hollow Knight. The Hollow Knight character it's a Metroidvania game. Hollow Knight. Ugh. That's grody. This is what he looks like right here. I think he looks cool. Hollow Knight. This Hollow Knight. See? He's even got a sword. Look, he's even got a sword. Look, see, he takes a sword, and his sword comes out. And he's got a little jank. See, he's got a little sword. It doesn't look like a sword. Looks like a tampon, but it's a sword. Trust me, it's a sword. You're downloading the game tomorrow morning? It's honestly one of my favorite games. I really, really like Hollow Knight. Very, very excellent Metroidvania game, and Silk Song is looking fantastic. Cody, what do you want? What do you want? Do you want punch in the butt? Do you want me to pop your pimples? Do you want crunchies? Do you want crunchies? I got crunchies. He said, what kind of crunchies? I got bugs. You want ants? The ants keep attacking my cup. I will pay you 1 porkum twist a day if you eat all the ants. They're tasty anyway. How's that sound? 1 porkum twist a day and you eat all the ants. You get all the ants you can eat. It's an all the ant you can eat buffet. It's a buffet. Why are you looking away with weird eyes? You don't like ants? When you were younger, I used to see you literally sit there and you'd eat them in a line. I kid you not. When he was younger, he used to literally just lay there on the floor and he literally would just eat ants. That was like his whole thing. He would just sit there and wait for them to come in. They would come in one little hole and he found out where they were coming in. And as they came in, he would just go, nope, 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 Nope. 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 And he would spend hours there just eating ants. That was his whole job in life. Hours and hours of ant eating. He said, don't tell me about no ants. You thought they was tasty. You did. You thought they was the tastiest. Pork and twists. It's what I call pork rinds. I call pork rinds pork and twists. Max pork rinds. Fried pork skins. They're delicious. They're delicious, and they're also healthy for you, actually. I used to think they were junk food, but honestly, they're pretty healthy for you. There's hardly nothing to them. It's like eating air. Hardly nothing to them. You'd have a beer with Kubas? Kubas would knock your beer over. What's up, Maya Rose? Kubas would knock your beer straight over. You wouldn't even be able to drink the beer. You would put it down, and he would knock it straight over onto the dirt. Did I change my epic axe in? No, I haven't changed my epic axe. This is an offline character, but I had originally tested this character with a Breath of the Dying Ghost Spear, and then I had eventually figured out that the Breath of the Dying Ghost Spear wasn't the best choice, and the best choice was actually a champion axe, so I ended up going with the champion axe. Porkum twists. That's right, porkum twists. Twists of pork. Porkum twists. Twist in the porkum twists. Gotta twist the pork. Cody. Pat. There you go. You got pats on your head. You happy? Happy pats. I'm gonna go online for a little bit with this. We're gonna play around with this online. You lost your Breath of the Dying in Charles Colon. Revenge of the Colon, my boys. Revenge of the Colon. One o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, colon. 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, colon. 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, colon. We're gonna colon around the clock tonight. We got a colon down all the way. We gotta keep on going to get the pay. And then we're gonna get farting and sharting away. And then we're gonna change our pants today. Cause we're farting and sharting and pooping and around the clock. We got a Kubas, yeah, a monster dog. Him is a big old monster hog, and he likes to eat everything in sight. And if you leave something undefended here right, he gonna go right down and gobble it on up. He said, you left that thing on the floor, and I'm gonna eat it all the way to the door. And I'll grab all your popcorn, yes I will, and I'll eat that cake that you left on the table, cause I'm gonna get everything that you leave unattended. Obviously, you didn't want that food that you cooked for yourself, cause you left the room cause you had to go pee. And when you were gone, I ate it for thee, cause you obviously didn't want none of that. It would have gone cold, I would have grown mold. I don't know what to tell you, it was getting old. It was at least 30 seconds on the table, and you hadn't taken a bite of any of it. And I'm gonna eat every single bite that you leave. Oh, I'll sit and stare and beg at you for everything that you got, my friend. And if you don't give me a bite of that, I'm gonna pout and look real sad. And then when you leave the room, I'm gonna eat it all. I sniffed and I snoofed, I sniffed and snoofed. I smelled that you was cooking something good. I don't know where you're cooking and I don't know what you're cooking, but I can smell it from all the way in the kitchen. You was cooking something good and I want some. I heard a crinkle and a crackle of a wrapper over there, and I know that means you're cooking something good. So give me what you're cooking and put it in my mouth, 'cause I want to eat everything that you got. Cooking and a booking and a giving me some of that stuff. If you got burgums or pizza rolls, maybe you got some pock'em corns or some of them pork'em twists, you know, or some beef'em jerk'ems on the go. You gotta give me some of them pork'em twists, you know. Said I'm your best friend, I sleep with you, I guard the house from the big evil trash bags that roll around on the street at night, and the cat that ran into the light. And I borked and I borked and I earned everything you got. I saved your life from a possum that was climbing in a tree and you didn't even care, but I saved your life from the evil possum that was trying to eat your face in the middle of the night. And you won't even give me one bite. Kubus on stage dancing and singing. That's right. That's right. Come on, Kubus. Come here. Come here, buddy. Oh, there he is. There's the monster dog. There's the dog of monster proportions. What did you do? Hurt yourself? I ain't do nothing. You big silly boy. Maybe you shouldn't be so big. How about that? Maybe you shouldn't be the big monster dog. Why you so you're so big you look like Scooby Doo. I'll paint you brown and put some spots on you. I bet you look just like Scooby Doo. Aw. Who's Scooby Doo? Scooby Dooby Doo. Scooby Dooby Doo. Say rut-row, Raggy. Say it with me, Cody. Say rut-row, Raggy. Say rut-row. Rut-row, Raggy. Rut-row, Raggy. Say rut-row. Say rut-row. There's monsters. Say ronsters. Rut-row, Raggy. There's ronsters. Ronsters, Raggy. Why you always gotta lick everything? You always gotta lick everything. Karate chops. I do karate chops. What do you think about that? You don't even care. What about this? What if I scratch down here? What if I get this? What if I get the sweetmeats down here? Get all these free extra meats down here. How about the extra meats up here? Look at all these extra meats up here. Got extra meats. Look at all these extra meats. Look at this. Look at all this extra meats up here. Look at this. He's got like eight freaking, like I can roll it up like a little. I can roll it up into like a little map. All this extra meats on him. How about that? Gotcha. This is time. What do you want with this big paw? Can I eat it? Can I bite this big paw? All right, get down, buddy. Oh, God. Oh, right in the wiener. God, every time he gets down, he's got to step on my wiener. Big old monster dog. Monster. Hair everywhere. A monster. Alright, look, there ain't nothing but porkum twist dust in here. There's not a single solid porkum twist in the entire lot. So here's what I'm gonna do. Because I love you, even though you're a rotten little turd. You can have the whole thing. There you go. Have fun. Birthday was yesterday. Oh, birthday was yesterday. Happy birthday to Michael. Happy birthday to Michael. Happy birthday to Michael. Happy birthday to Michael. May you have a long butt crack. Yo, butt crack is so stanky, it smells like ham and eggs. Yo, butt crack came on down and on its own legs. Poop lick his elbow. He's too busy with his porkum twist right now. He ain't poop licking nothing. He ain't poop licking nothing. It's your birthday today? Oh, dang. Happy birthday to Matthias. Happy birthday to Matthias. Happy birthday to Matthias. Happy birthday to Matthias. Ow. I wonder if we used Pendleskin instead. Pendleskin is a monster that drops 2 items, right? I think we tried before, and it was difficult to get Pendleskin to drop the same item multiple times because we had to do with, like, kill order was an issue. But I wonder if we can fudge these results. Be curious. How do we fudge the results? How do we fudge them? We fudge them, fudge them, fudge them. Bringing out the maturity. Look, adults make fart jokes, okay? I've always believed, and I will always say this, and I will always hold this to my heart. I believe that children are the only ones that are concerned with being adults. So, if you ever find somebody who is concerned that they are not being adult enough, they're not really grown up yet. Because adults don't care about looking childish. That's just the way things are. Because things are funny, because they're funny. When you're an adult, things are funny. And you don't have to worry about looking childish. I mean, there's tons of people who have wrote quotes on this, by the way. Wah, wah, wah. I believe there's a quote by C.S. Lewis. I think C.S. Lewis had one. Yes, C.S. Lewis had a quote. Let's see here. He said, critics who treat the adult as a term of approval instead of as merely a descriptive term cannot be adults themselves. To be concerned about being grown up, to admire the grown up because it is grown up, to blush at the suspicion of being childish, these are the marks of childhood and adolescent. And in childhood and adolescence, they are in moderation, healthy symptoms. Young things ought to want to grow, but to carry into middle life or even into early manhood, this concern about being an adult is a mark of a really arrested development. When I was 10, I read fairy tales in secret, and I would have been ashamed if I had been found doing so. Now that I am 50, I read them openly. When I became a man, I put away childish things, including the fear of childishness and the desire to be very grown up. And honestly, this is really how I feel too. I feel like, honestly, when you become an adult, you lose a fear of being childish or being seen as childish or any embarrassment from being childish. I'll make as many fart jokes as I want to. You ain't going to scare me from making fart jokes by calling me childish. I'll be farting up a storm. Fart. I just accept I'm old and I like fart jokes. Fart jokes are funny. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're 99. Fart jokes are still funny. Farts are funny in the next paragraph, C.S. Lewis said? That's pretty cool. I like that. I like that. Might as well fart a bit. Elvis. Uh-huh, uh-huh, uh-huh. Billie Jean farted again. Billie Jean farted so loud. Billie Jean farted again. Billie Jean farted again. What was I going to do? I had something specific I was going to do. Something specific I was going to test. That's right. I put my thoughts together here. Hold on. Let's go get our mega testing armor. Mega testing armor. Engage. Form of mega testing. Most of my viewers are older, yeah. Wow, 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 wow. Oh yeah, looking snazzy. Look at me, looking snazzy. Oh yeah, looking snazzy. This is my testing armor that I created. If you guys haven't seen my testing armor, I will show it to you real quick. This is basically the entire goal of this testing armor is to, number one, remove mischance as much as possible anyway. Number two, to basically make you invincible so that you don't have to worry about dying while you're doing your testing. And number three, to make you super invincible so you don't have to worry about dying while you're doing your testing. It's actually pretty nice. It also has 100% open wounds so you can make sure that monsters don't regenerate on you. It's my super duper ridiculous testing armor, and as you can see, I currently have 44,728 attack rating. 95% all resistances. I'm going to use this to test Pindleskin so Pindleskin can't bully me around. Pindleskin can't bully me around. Pindleskin can't bully me around. Alright, so what we want to do is we want to kill just Pindleskin. We want to see if we can reproduce results by killing just Pindleskin. It's going to be difficult, though. Where's Pindle at? There he is. Okay. Giant axe and a tower shield. Okay. Giant axe and a tower shield. 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 Oh, do 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 do. Giant axe and a tower shield. Giant. We got a polished British blade one. Oh wait, hold on. I totally forgot. We gotta put the seed code back in so we can do the testing. I gotta put the seed code back in so I can do the testing back in. I gotta do the seed code back in so I can do the testing again. Gotta put the seed code back in. Then we can do the testing again. Seems legit, Mark. Pindleskin can't bully me. Creases in Duriel's butt crack. Oh, the creases in his butt crack, they are really gross. The creases in his butt crack, they look really gross. Butt crack creases, this is what we got. Look at all the butt crack creases everywhere you see. Whee! Kite shield and grand crown. We seem to be at the right magic find percentage to cause him to drop rare items. That's rather interesting. It's Rule 42, you know. Somebody made some joke. They were like 50 years or 75 years in the future, somebody's grandkid goes to their grandpa and they're like, "What's Rule 42, Grandpa?" Ringmail and throwing spear.
What's Rule 42, Grandpa? Well, Sonny, Rule 42 is a land of imagination. Of pure imagination, Sonny. Imagination.
Arbalest and flail. It's interesting. I think we're at a percentage which is getting us rare items from Pindleskin every single time. It's actually kind of intriguing. I wonder if we can adjust our magic find percentage and cause the rare items to stop falling. We should be at the 200% magic number. Yeah, we're at the 200% magic number. That's the one that was giving us the magic items before. Let's pull off 1% real quick to bring us down to 199. And let's try that again to see if the rare items still fall, or if the rare items are falling because we're at the 200% magic number. Ow, Pindle. And we got a military pick and a splint mail at 199.
Not in town, not here.
Not in town, not in town, not in town. Town and not in town, not in town, not in town. Town and not in town. Where you at, Pendle? I can't see you. Oh, there you are. Then we got a battle axe and a greater talon. Rule 42, it's a delicious cake, you must eat it. What? Everything's in frickin' Rule 42. I'd be surprised if, like, frickin' YouTubers aren't in there, too. Oh god, I hope I'm not in there. Nobody put me in there. I don't want to be in there. Do not defile the GGM name. Cody, you making a mess? You better not be making a mess.
Not here.
He's like doing something over there, and I asked him if he was making a mess, and it stopped briefly. Like he looked up and was like,
Oh no.
huh. Let's throw in a variable or two. Let's see what happens. Let's throw a frigid and then back to Heragoth. I'm seeing ringmails a lot. Ringmail Elegant Blade, ringmail something else, ringmail this, ringmail that. Cake and tea are great together. I have a feeling we're not talking about cake and tea. We're talking about farts. Winged Knife, Martel Day for. It's much more difficult to get a static drop from the super uniques because of all the variables going around them. Like they're spinning around them in circles. I spin you right round, baby, right round like a record and a variable you see. I count you up, I count you down like a variable on a frickin' frown. Everything does become a fart eventually. You guys remember the anal leakage episode of frickin' balance knife and a scarab husk? You remember the anal leakage episode of Seinfeld where he's eating the chips and he goes, you know those things cause anal leakage. They're like, what? No, it doesn't. I was like, read the back of the package. And he reads the back of the package, and on the back of the package, it literally says, may cause anal leakage. He rightfully throws them away. Shimshir and Greater Talons. Tea and titties? Hmm.
Not here.
Tea, a tear, a two-wee tea. Oh, I got some tea for me. Balanced axe and double axe. I feel like monsters are just not the way to go because there's too many variables and killing them, you can't really control what's happening. Even if you did get something good from one, it would be difficult to reproduce it because of all the various things going on, like the monsters running around and trying to beat the crap out of you. And like it doesn't really seem like it's as easy to control the variables with the monsters as it is with everything else. Is that a unique bill? Black Leech Blade. It's interesting because we're sitting at 199%. We kind of messed it up a little bit, but I mean the general gist of the idea was, let's see if changing the magic find percentage did anything for us, right? Well, I mean it definitely seems like it has. Let's change it even more. So let's go another 1% down. Let's take another 1% off. So now we're sitting at 197. Let's see if his drops change significantly by changing our percentage. Tea. Pindle. Hyperion Spear and Crown. They're both blue, not rare this time. That's pretty good, Charles. That's pretty good. I like that. I like that. That's pretty good. We got a circle at this time. A circulante. A circulante. It's a yatte latte. Circulante is a latte pate. It's a sucky circlet. Nobody likes you. You can go to hell, sir. We don't like your circlet. Circulata party. Oh god, they got blessed aim this time. My anus. Demon head and a defender. I kind of want to just farm Pindle for a little bit and just kind of play around with Pindle skin. We could use my Necromancer. He's pretty good at farming Pindle. I'd like him to be fast runs though, and his aren't as fast because he has to summon his army every single time. Although it's not like too terrible. Let's do some pinball runs. I want to like confirm something for myself here. Ooh, yeah, I hope he doesn't chew on his pen.
Not in town.
Not in town.
Good afternoon.
Come on down, won't you see what we mean to thee? We've got... oh yeah, there was a frickin' Seinfeld episode. Remember when he gets the license plate? What was it? Butt man or ass man or whatever? It was the ass man license plate, and he got it by accident. And he was driving around everywhere, and they're like, "Hey, it's the ass man." Yeah. Yeah, I think doing this one might just be a little long. I don't know. I mean, not that I like dislike it playing this character, but when I'm trying to do testing, it does make the variables a little bit harder to control. What the hell? Tigulated mail. This mail is so tigulated. It's the most tigulated mail I've ever seen. It's extra tigulation. Got extra tigulation. Extra, read all about it. Maybe we do the paladin instead. I feel like he's gonna get his booty cheeks clapped though. It's definitely not the right farm for him, that's for sure. It is not the right farm for a no armor paladin. Swang, swang, swinging that X. Swing, swing, swinging that X. We're gonna swing it. Swing it, Uzi. Swinging that X, oh, just for me. We're gonna swing it. Swing, swing, we gotta swing it. Swing, swing.
I am overburdened.
Here, punkinas. Yeah, my Merc's kicking butt.
Impossible.
It's a Crusader's bow. 4-socket Crusader's bow. It's actually a really good insight base. It's a very good insight base. It's a sweet insight base. It's so beautiful. It's not like the... well, I guess a +3 bow would be better. I don't know. A +3 class bow would be better. Ow, why are you so rude? I didn't do anything to you. I didn't do nothing. Oh, let's go farm. Ow. Let's go farm some doodanks. Let's go farm some doodanks. Let's go farm some doodanks. My doodanks. Got a lot of doodanks. All the doodanks. Got all the doodanks. All the doodanks. Attack. thinking about stuff. I'm trying to put everything together in my head and figure out exactly what we could potentially do to test further. It's actually really interesting, Mike, but sometimes you just gotta like take a step back and think about it. Like the next step that you gotta take. I mean, I've delved pretty far into the briar patch. Definitely. I've definitely delved very far into the briar patch. We know so much more about how the RNG system works than we ever did before. It's kind of scary, actually. I like big axes, and I cannot lie. I like a big axe that really flies. It's chopping, and it does a good job. It chops all the monsters with serious plum. Because I like big axes, and I cannot lie. Gonna take an axe to the show. I'm gonna show them my giant axe, and they're gonna be like, whoa. That's a big axe. I know. I made it myself. I carved the runes in the handle, and I put it on my shelf. I used to think so, but I don't think that that's the case anymore. I used to think that you were locked to a specific seed when you were on a seed code, but I don't think that's how it works. I feel like there's some parts of it that stay the same, and there's some parts of it that don't. Oh, look, a rare Shaco. Beautiful. I was actually wondering about this, and I kind of wanted to test it, and I just don't really know how to test it. I mean, I guess I could just load up a single-player save, and then I could remove the seed code from the single-player save, load up a single-player save, then close single-player save, change the or don't even change the map, just keep the map the same, and then like check the seed code again as I load in a second time and see if the seed code has changed at all, even if only by a tiny degree. I kind of think that maybe there might be some kind of change to the seed code without the seed. I think it's minor, but I don't know if it's. I can't really confirm one way or the other without doing some testing on it. I used to think that it kept the seed code the same, but I don't know if it actually does anymore. I mean, it's something that we could potentially test. So, let me pull up my seed code tool. We'll pull up our seed code checking tool, wherever that is. Sort by, date modified. Should be in here somewhere. There it is. D2 map ID finder. Okay. Map ID and seed. Alright. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to take the seed code out of the game settings. And we're going to plop that into the notepad so we have it for later. Well, I'm not entirely sure if the seed does stay the same. So let's check it. Alright, so we're going to pull up the trader character. We're going to go to hell difficulty. Alright. Then we're going to save and exit. And now we're going to open that character. So... So this is a GGM Tretor. Trader TC. Alright, so it says currently that we have a map ID, and let's actually copy this down. So, seed code 154A blah 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 blah. Map code. Okay, so that's my seed code and my map code. Alright, so let's shuffle this up a little bit. Let's join the game. I mean, supposedly it stays the same, right? So it doesn't matter. But let's join the game, leave the game, join the game, leave the game, join the game, leave the game, join the game, leave the game. And supposedly, the seed code stays the same, or maybe the map code stays the same. I don't know. I guess we're going to have to find out. So, okay, so we've joined the game. We left the game a couple times. So let's open up the character again. Radioactive Spider-Man, Spider-Man, Spider-Man. Does whatever a Spider-Man does. Alright, so comparing that with our seed. We have 1548, 1548, 579946. So according to this, it's the same. So our seed code isn't changing. We also have the map ID, which our map ID is 5C4D746A. So according to this, our map ID is the same as well. Let's try pulling up one of the older characters we did for testing. So, what was that character I was using before? It was Flaming Cheeto, right? I was using Flaming Cheeto before. Let's open up Flaming Cheeto's file. That's not where I wanted to go. It's not where I wanted to go. That's not where I wanted. That's not where I wanted. That's not where I wanted to go. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. H-I-P-Q, L, T. So it's interesting. So the map code for that seed code is different than the seed code that we have for the one that we set, right? So if we go here and we take a look at the map code and the seed code, that was the original seed code, and this is the map code. Now, this is the map code, and this is the seed code, which are two completely different codes, right? But if we go in here and we take a look, I'm pretty sure it's still the same map. So, are there multiple maps that are all the same, essentially? Because, like, if we go to Trav and then we go to Lower Kurash, it's still the same map. Where nothing's changed here. It's still the same map that we had before. We've got the skeleton. We've got the armor stand. Of course, the thing's missing here because we're not the right speed. But everything still seems to line up properly. So despite the fact that the seed code has changed and the map has changed, we're somehow in a different version of the game or a different version of the same map. How often does it change the same version of the same map? Because we were in the right seed code, and now we're in the wrong seed code, or we're in a different seed code, and a different map code, which is really interesting because the map code changed, and obviously the map is not different. So the map is literally the same as the previous map. So nothing has changed there, but the map code and the seed code both changed. And if we load the map up again, alright, and then, I don't know, try it another time. So let's open this another time, and let's see if it changes at all, or if is it shuffling it, or well, I don't know what's happening exactly. Time map looper. Your butthole is a time. 15487. Yeah, so it's staying the same now, but it changed from the original seed. Um. So it is staying the same, but it's not staying the same. But it did stay the same as the same map. So we still maintain the same map, but we lost the Dagobah system. Dagobah system. I'm trying to think if there's a way we can compare this and see if the results are still the same. Can we? Oh, yeah, we can. We can still compare. Okay, hold on. Let's try this. Alright, so we go straight to Lower Kurast. This should work. Okay, so Fanged Helm. It's not what I usually saw from that chest. Let's try it again. You lost the test, Augusto? Well, you fail. You have failed this test. Balrog Blade. There seems to be another element at play. Besides the seed code. I think. Something that's being injected to change the way things are happening. So when you take the seed out and it's no longer locked to the specific seed code, it does seem to be changing things ever so slightly. I wonder how much, though. Like, how much of a variable could they be adding in? Or what variable are they adding in, if any? Time? Perhaps using the seed command removes one of the variables. And maybe when you take the seed command out, you're gaining one of the variables back that was removed. It's the soul stones. That's right, it's the soul stones. The soul stones, my boy. Of course, I killed something on the way, which would have changed that result. You know, I never did test that to see if killing monsters changed the result of the chest. We found out that the order in which you killed the monsters changed the result of the things that the monsters dropped. But I never checked to see if killing the monsters changed the result of the chest. Which should be pretty easy to check. I'm not really sure what that would really help us with, but pretty easy to check nonetheless. It's taking my soul. If I had one to begin with, Miles. If I had one to begin with. Taking my soul. Taking my soul. Soul, 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 soul. Look at all my soul, 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 soul. All of my beautiful souls. I have a soul collection. That's right. I collect souls. I collect your souls. All of the lovely souls. All of the lovely souls. Oh, I checked with the zombies in the chest? Oh, that's right, I did. I did. What was the result? I probably wrote it down. I got it all written down. I do, I promise. Otherwise, I'd never remember. My memory is terrible. I came in like a wrecking ball. Never hit so hard in love before. Do, 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 do. Maybe it's clock time. It could be clock time that's affecting this. Maybe there's like going by the seconds on the clock. It'd be interesting to like test and see. It could be another variable, could just be like clock time. And maybe when you use the seed command, it takes out the clock time as a variable. And then when you add seed command back in, it puts the clock time back in as a variable. I farted. It feels good to toot. It feels good. I like it when I toot. It feels real good. It makes me feel like a baby tootin' toot. You know, like when you got like a little baby and he's all grumpy and he's crying, he's like, and then the mommy's like, it's okay, little baby, and then he's like, boom, and then he giggles, right? Because you know, if he feels better, yeah, it feels good when you fart. Get that pressure out of there. It feels nice. It feels nice. It's very nice. It's very nice. It's hard to believe that it's not changing. It should have also been set. That's the other interesting thing. So the last time that I logged in, I had the seed code on. And as far as I understand it, when you have the seed code on, it sets the seed code to that particular seed, and then it sets it, right? So then like it should be set for the next time that you log in. And even if you take the seed code away, it should still be technically the same seed code. So because I hadn't actually changed the seed code by going to a different difficulty and then obviously leaving out, it should have still been the same seed code that was put into the system in the first place. So when I load in, it should still be that seed code, right? And then I save and exit, and then I can check on the little finder here. And when I open up the character, it should be the seed code that I set, right? But then when I log back in after taking the seed code away, it shouldn't miraculously change to a different seed code because it should still technically be the same seed code that I had set. But it looks like it's not the same seed code that I have set. It still isn't. Like, what's going on? Like, hold on. Let me boot it up. Maybe I need to be in the game for it to work. Let's try this. Maybe that changes the equation. I was always trying it when I was out of the game, but also let's load another character first, and then let's load the... Why does it never save the location that I'm in? Little freaking turd of a program. Alright, then let's load the guy. Let's see what it says now. And it still says we're in a different seed, even though I know for a fact that we're in that seed, so I don't know if the program is working right. Let me double check something real quick to see if I'm in the right seed. This thing should drop a double axe and a dirk if I'm in the correct seed. So,
It's locked.
and of course I don't have a key. No keys. Go get a key from what's his face. Stupid what's his face all the way in a corner. It's, you know, it's quicker, I think, just to go to a different difficulty. Let's just go to, like, a freaking rogue encampment or something. Get a key there.
Hello.
Bink, bink. Of course, I already done messed up the variables now, so we gotta try it again. Messing up the verbals, messing up the verbals. Verbals, messing up the variables. Okay, so I've gotta do it correctly from the beginning to make sure the variables are the same. I'm just curious about this loading the seed codes and unloading the seed codes. If the seed code command is taking some of the variables out, then we have to figure out what variables the seed code command is taking out and manipulate those as well. Grand Charm and a Volge. That is not the correct item that should potentially drop there. What player count are we in? P1. That could be it. Let's change it to P7. Beady 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 beady. Stop trying to slap box me. Okay, there's the double axe and the dirk. Alright. So, double axe and dirk has been achieved, right? Okay, so let's save and exit. We know we're in this seed code now. So we're in this seed code, which is the 638589163. Why is this one reporting that we're not in 6385863? 638589163. It's odd. Maybe the tool doesn't work properly. I don't know. I'm trusting this tool, and I don't even know if this tool actually works right. Because the tool still says I'm in seed code 1548579946. It's the same seed code that it said I was in before. Let's try a different character. Maybe there's something wrong with this character. All right, so let's try Flaming Cheeto. So Flaming Cheeto is okay, so it currently says that Flaming Cheeto is in the seed that we have set. So 638589163. All right, let's load her up. Let's just verify really quickly that she's actually in this seed. Then we're going to check by removing the seed, and we're going to see if her number changes.
Hey, Ginger.
What's up? Ready for you?
Not much, man. Just a long day of pressure washing.
Pressure washing? What have you been pressure washing? Boats, houses, docks?
No, man. Carport, trying to get it spotless.
Fancy. Pretty and fancy. Fancy and pretty.
Yeah, I just caught the tail end of your live stream. I was trying to go through it and see what, if what's been going on, so I wouldn't just be a complete idiot.
A complete noob?
Yeah, there you go. Asking noob questions. I don't want you repeating anything.
Noob. I have to repeat stuff so often. Like, is it, do I really, I don't have a choice in the matter.
I was noticing you were trying to use the map ID finder program. I think I used it years ago, but did you try closing it out and then loading it up before you check the seed?
I mean, I could try closing it and loading it back up, but it did seem to work on other characters. It just didn't seem to work on that one character.
Oh, okay.
Like basically what I'm trying to see is like how the seed changes depending on like when you're not using the seed command. Like how does the seed change, if it changes at all? And kind of like go from there. But I mean, the first thing kind of threw me for a loop, which was we loaded up the paladin. He's in the same map. He's got the same stuff, and his seed code changed immediately. Changed to something else. Like he went from the 638589163 with a map code of 2611018EB, and then immediately changed to a seed code of 1548579946 with a completely different map code. And then it wouldn't change after that, but it did change at least one time to a completely different seed code from the one that we started with. I'm checking the Flaming Cheetos seed code right now, and her seed code matches. And then I'm going to load up her game without the seed command. And then we're just going to save and exit, see what happens. And I'm going to load up her seed code again and see if it changes to a different one. It kind of seems like it's changing to something else. Like as soon as you remove the seed code command, it just like it immediately just like rewrites it to something else. And in this particular case, it looks like we're okay. It's still the same seed code, but like you said, I'm gonna try and I'm going to try and close the program and reopen it. Just to make sure it's not just reloading the same thing repeatedly.
Yep, I was thinking cache, some kind of cache memory or something.
It's easier to see over on this monitor. Monitower. I still remember the first time I was so excited to get my like high resolution monitor. And wait, that's the wrong character. No, hold on. That's the wrong character. The flickering flame. I need flaming Cheeto. No, flaming Cheeto is still on the same map according to thing. So unlike the paladin who seems to be like permanently lost from this seed code, I even tried to reinstate the seed code and it didn't work. It was really weird. Like he just wouldn't go back to the seed code. I don't know what to make of that. He just decided he didn't want to. I'm starting to feel like they made it sufficiently random by adding in all these variables that it'd be next to impossible to actually control the variables. Like in a positive or a negative way. Like through kind of like what we're trying to do. I get the feeling that like there's so many variables and so many things affect what falls on the ground. I mean, yeah, it's not truly random. Yeah, things are a lot less, like dice rolly than we had originally thought. But I mean, other than potentially finding a pattern that would lead us to better loot, which is something that we could potentially do. I'm not really sure that manipulating the variables specifically will ever reach the result that we're looking for, because of all of the various things that they put in to change the result. I mean, even the monster order controls like what falls on the ground. Like we were playing around with that yesterday, or the other day, and basically like the order in which you killed the monsters determined what fell on the ground too. So, I mean, it's not just controllable variables. I mean, you can't always control what order you kill monsters in, nor would you necessarily know the correct order to kill the monsters in anyway, because it's not like the monsters say like zombie A, zombie B, zombie C, zombie D, zombie F, zombie Q. Like they're not like labeled or anything differently. So, if you get into a pack of like 10 zombies, how would you know which zombie to kill first in the correct order to get the item? You wouldn't. Once they all pile up and dogpile on top of each other, you got no clue which zombie is which. I mean, you could be like, well, that zombie was closer to town. We'll call him town zombie. And that zombie is closer to the cave. We'll call him cave zombie. But then when they all dogpile on top of you, how do you tell the difference between town zombie and cave zombie now? Because now their positions have switched, right? So, like, at that point, you've run into a problem of, like, okay, well, there's no way for me to kill the monsters in the specific order that's required. And it's silly, but it does actually, in fact, make things very difficult to control. Like when I was trying to figure out whether or not monsters had kind of like the similar drops as well, it was very difficult to find monsters that weren't like in big giant packs where I could actually control which monster I killed. Like I had to go with zombies because zombies are slow. And I was able to find a pack of only 2 zombies, and so I could control basically, like which zombies I was killing, and it was really obvious which zombie I had first and which zombie didn't. I mean, it was not as evil, like controlling that. But then when you get into areas like Pindleskin, for instance, like you go fight Pindleskin, and you got like all these monsters charging you. You got Pindle himself trying to murder you, and you got all these other monsters murdering you. Like, it's pretty difficult to just pinpoint Pindle out of the pack. I mean, I was trying earlier. And like, pinpointing Pindle out of the pack is a little difficult when you have all those monsters all trying to murder you all at once. And then your mercenary complicates things, too, because the mercenary can also kill things out of order, like, that you would particularly be looking for. So it's going to make it even more difficult to figure out the exact order to kill stuff in. Because that's also a whole thing. I mean, I'm still very much so confident that what you do in the game directly affects like what you're getting, and adding variables in definitely makes things either better or worse, one way or the other. But I mean, controlling them to get a specific result online might be impossible. I don't know.
Oh, Ginger, you're sounding defeatist, man. Don't do it.
It
Don't
might
let me step out
it
like that.
might be impossible. It might be. It might be. I mean, I'm not saying that you still couldn't do something to create better drops. Like, I still strongly believe that there's definitely a way that you can manipulate things in your favor. And I think the moral of the story is that we found so far is that Magic Find is definitely some sort of roulette wheel, and it seems to be more on the occasion of like your Magic Find percentage is on the roulette wheel, and the ball's basically bouncing around like as you kill stuff. Like each monster has a different Magic Find percentage, which represents like what would be considered a good drop. And so like having a specific number means that, well, you're not always going to win. But I don't know. I think there's something to this, like specific Magic Find percentages are giving better drops than others. And we keep coming across like magic numbers that seem to give like better drops than other like Magic Find percentages. Like when we were playing earlier, 200% seemed to be a specific number that gave pretty good drops, right? So, I mean, this whole thing with Magic Find is rather interesting because it kind of feels like if you have one of these specific numbers, or at least you can confirm that the specific number that you're using is one of the bonus numbers, like for instance 255 is that rare band catcher, well then as you're playing the game you're undoubtedly going to hit winning variables occasionally because you're using a percentage that you know for a fact wins. Like it is 100% fact a winner. It's not always a winner, but you know that it will win eventually if you come across that specific monster or that specific item or that specific container that uses the 255% variable.
Yeah, I started at like 290 Magic Find, and I test. Well, I'll take that back. I did kind of random MF testing for a while. And then I thought about it. I was like, I just need to start at a particular point and just go incrementing up. So I started at 290 and went up to like 304 before I stopped. And I told you about this the other day, where I found set item at 297 and 298. So I'm gonna continue that test and just start from where I left off, and maybe I'll eventually hit that unique item, and then do what you recommended and test from seed to seed and see if that holds true from there.
Oh no, AutoCast off. Your sub ran out. Now you got ads. Oh no. Horrible, horrible ads. Quick, resub before it's too late.
The annoying thing for me with ads on YouTube is I can be watching a video and all of a sudden the video will stop playing, and I'm like, what's going on? Cause I'm thinking it's the connection, internet connection, but when I refresh the video, the ad starts playing. I'm like, oh, it was just forcing the video to stop. So
my biggest problem with ads is basically this. Ads work out just fine for anybody who like watches a specific piece of content that knows what they want to watch. All right. So if you are a person who, like hops on to, I don't know, let's use Hulu as an example because Hulu has ads. Let's say you hop onto Hulu and you know exactly what you're going to watch. You're like, all right, I'm going to go watch, Seinfeld. And you pull up Seinfeld and you know exactly what episode you're going to watch. And you pull it up and there's ads, right? And you watch the ads and then you get to watch your show. You've paid your due, right? In that particular scenario, I think it's fair. I think it's a fair ad system. And the person who's paying the ads, the dues to watch his show is getting what he wants. And the people who are showing their ads are getting what they want. But the problem with ads comes into play when you don't know what you want. This is where ads really fail, and this is where people get upset. All right, so let's say you're flipping through Amazon Prime or Hulu or something, and you find a show that you could potentially be interested in, but you don't know whether you're going to like it, right? So you pull it up, and maybe you want to watch the first couple minutes of the show to get an idea of whether or not it is. Autocast just paid for ad time with his 10,000 chinchilla turds over here. He got his prime sub in, and now he's punishing everybody who doesn't have a prime sub. Dude, you're cracking me up here. It's cracking me up here. How do I do ads? I don't even remember. I think there's an ad button or something. It's been oh yeah, here you go. 60-second ad. There you go. Okay, so basically, when you're a channel surfer, or when you're trying to figure out whether you like something or not, what happens is that you pull up something to find out whether you like it, then you are forced to watch an ad before you can actually even watch the thing that you're trying to figure out whether you like, right? So you pay your dues to watch the thing, and then you pull it up, and then you don't like it. So you turn it off, right? And then you go find something else that you could potentially be interested in. And then you have to watch another ad to watch that. And so every single time you channel surf, essentially, you get punished because they literally force you to watch an ad every single time you pull up anything. And so in the same like 30-minute time span that you watched your 5-minute ad or whatever, and now you've got 25 minutes of your show, I've spent 30 minutes channel surfing, and every single time I pull up a show to try and see if I like it or not, I've got to watch like 5 minutes of ads. I get like 30 seconds into the show, realize I don't like it, and then go to the next one, and then I watch another 5-minute ads, and then 30 seconds into the show, and I realize I don't like it. And it's even worse if you're a skip-arounder. If you skip around during the show, that's where things really get nasty, because they put like little ad marks like in the show at specific points during the show. And so you pull up the show and you're trying to find your spot in the show, like where you left off, and like you click on the first section and somehow you got past the first ad mark and it shows you a bunch of ads. And then you click somewhere else in the show to try and figure out where you were, and you triggered another ad mark and it shows you a whole bunch more ads. And like just while you're trying to figure out where you left off in the show, you get like 10 ads. And you're like, look, I paid my due already, all right?
Yeah, Ginger, what you just said, I went through last week, and it just infuriated me because I was trying to find some old videos that had like some content, and I was like, I know this stuff is like within somewhere in the range between 1 hour mark and 6 hour mark, and I was like, Jesus Christ, man! Like
every time you skip forward, it's going to play the next ad segment because you skipped past the ad segment. There needs to be some sort of system where it's like a payment of dues, essentially. So like once you watch, say, 5 minutes of ads, you should be immune to any further ads for like the next, I don't know, like 10 minutes or something. Like you shouldn't immediately get prompted with more ads after you just watched 5 minutes of ads, because it's stupid. It doesn't make any sense.
And the worst part about it is the same stupid ad. It's not like it's something different.
It's the same exact ad.
Yeah. Well, for me anyway, that's my YouTube experience. I get bombarded by the same stuff. I don't know why I'm getting this stuff sent to me, but like it's the same series of ads. Like,
well, you don't like menopausal? You don't like menopausal pads? Come on, man. What's the matter? You don't want menopause pads?
Exactly.
I heard you were going into menopause soon, so.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. See, yeah.
I know they gonna touch that one, son. I know they gonna touch that one.
It was a complete and utter fabrication. I don't even think that's a real thing. I don't even think that actually exists.
Not enough mana.
People be trying to crack the code for ions. Yeah, you know, I could be trying to crack the code for like cold fusion, or trying to crack the code for something important. I'm over here trying to crack the code for a freaking what, 24-year-old video game. Calm down with the pad crap. I didn't say menstrual pads. I said I said menopause pads. It's not even a real thing. I just made something up. Okay, how about this? Ass pawns, alright? You didn't like your commercial for ass pawns? And before you say anything, Irene, those are men. That's men only, okay? That's men only. Only men use ass pawns, alright? Those are for men only. Drifter Cavern. We're talking a lot about variables. Your mom's a static variable. How about that, Augusto? Your mom's a static variable. There's nothing like a good butt joke. Spider pig, farted in your frickin' wig. Spider pig, does whatever a spider pig does.
I think Augusta must have been the butt of many jokes.
Ah, yes. Fart humor. A refined and delicious wine that ages quite well. I imagine a bunch of cavemen just like sitting around a fire and one of them farts and the other ones are giggling. You make big toot. You might as well sing the song. A tale as old as time, a fart as old as rhyme. The caveman and his colon. I'm gonna play some of that no tomorrow, no rest for the wicked tomorrow. It looks interesting. It's got a neat art style. Apparently it's made by the people who made Ori and the Blind Forest. You ever play that?
Never even heard of that, sir.
It's an interesting game. I thought it was interesting anyway. It'd be interesting to see what they come up with. Until they fart into the fire and singe each other's hair off. That's brazen of you to assume that they have fire. And besides, that's half the fun. Who doesn't like farting into the flames and watching it all come out? 783 sacred armor. That seems high. What's the cap on sacred armor? Non-ethereal. So 600 is the highest that it can possibly go. So we take our 600 and we add a 50%, which means our cap is 900. So that is really low, actually. 783 is not high. Poopies. Doopit, 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 doopit. I don't even know why I have that as an option, autocast. It's freaking hilarious, though. I'm gonna reject everybody's points so they get their points back. Get all your little chinchilla turds back. Enjoy the chinchilla turds. There you go. You got all your chinchilla turds back now. I have refunded the turds. Refund. Riker, yeah, Riker is a big ARPG person, so of course they would have had him test out the game. Apparently, he did some stream a long time ago. It was some sort of like early access, like sneak peek or something, or like early. I can't remember what they call it when it's not early access. It's like an early access preview where they give you like a certain number of levels and you get to play. Riker did that for Diablo 4 as well, so I mean, it seems to be. They tend to contact him for stuff like that. I'm not big enough. They don't contact me for things like that. They're like, Ginger who? A mentor what? His hair's not even red. His hair's not even red. Does he dye his beard? Now I'm just throwing shade on myself.
Self-deprecating humor is the best humor. That's
Uh-huh.
not Rodney Dangerfield.
It's because the only person you hurt is yourself. My butthole is so leaky, I can't make it to the John. My butthole is so leaky. I remember one time I was talking to one of my friends. I'll never forget this. I was talking to one of my friends, and he said, you know, it's getting to the point where I have to plan my vacations around bathroom visits. He said I can't ever be more than like 50 yards from a bathroom in case there's an incident. I need to be able to know that I can make it.
Oh, great. Oh, man. Hearing about some just sucks.
This particular person was a vegetarian, by the way, and I can't help but wonder if that had something to do with the unpredictability of their bowels. You never line in. You don't like unpredictable bowels. I mean, that's just not something anybody asks for. That's not the superpower that you wanted on your checklist. Okay. I was reading some article about redheads the other day, and apparently, like, there's some sort of gene that redheads have. It's a very specific gene to redheads, and basically what it is it makes redheads particularly resistant to anesthesia. So if you ever go to a hospital or something like that, and you are a real redhead and not just like you dyed your hair or something, apparently it takes like up to 20% more anesthesia to it takes some of the 20% more anesthesia to actually put a redhead under like it does a regular person. And so somebody wrote down in the comments, they're like, that's not the superpower that we wanted.
Pain resistance.
Resistance to anesthesia was not on the checklist.
I don't know. It might come in handy if it also counts towards resistance to narcotics. Hey.
I don't know. Apparently, I mean, I guess if somebody tries to like trank you or something, I guess
Yeah.
I guess technically you'll be more resistant to the tranquilizer or something. I don't know. Let to pump you full of more tranquilizer than normal. Apparently, also it wears off quicker too, which is a whole other thing.
Oh my god.
Apparently, redheads will sometimes just wake up in the middle of surgery and they gotta like re-up them.
You want to bet they don't? Well, I ain't gonna say that, but you want to bet that that's not factoring into the anesthetist decision
For what?
to amount give you. Then I look at you and say, hey, it's a redhead. I'm gonna give them 20% less.
20% less.
Or more, or I mean, whatever the situation calls for.
No, they do. It's totally a thing. Like in the doctor's offices, they totally give the redheads more because they know they're.
Oh, really?
They know that they're gonna wake up.
Oh, okay. So they're saying that's actually being put into practice and not just theoretical right now.
No, that's real. That's real.
Okay.
It's in the hospital. So if you're a redhead, and they know that you're a real redhead, they actually give you more anesthesia.
Okay, I'm surprised. First time hearing about that.
It's about 20. That's why I said it's about 20% more. 20%. Percent.
I had surgery a couple years ago, and whatever they gave me, it was some good stuff, man. I was had a mask on for a couple of seconds. Next thing I know, I was a day later and a few body parts missing.
Oh god. Yeah. How many body parts did they take?
I don't know. I'm
Frankenstein? I'm a little worried now. Ready for use missing body parts.
Yeah, man.
Hey Fatty asked, I wonder how well you can buff the Firestorm from a torch with a shape-shifting build. You cannot, because it's not Firestorm. It is not Firestorm. It is Diablo's Firestorm, and it is a different Firestorm than the one that comes from the actual Druid. So the Druid's Firestorm and the Diablo's Firestorm are two completely different abilities. Would be nice if they were the same. Then you could synergize it with the Druid, and you could, like, focus on a speed build so you could spam it as much as possible. The Druid's one is pure fire, and the Diablo's one is half physical, half fire. It's actually a different version entirely. A battle dart. The dart of battle. Is it an ethereal battle dart? No, it's not. It is not. I don't care about that feral axe. Trank ginger? Oh my god. See, what I started, now they're going to try and trank me. I have actually noticed that my whole life is that a lot of things. It's like Benadryl doesn't put me to sleep. Like a lot of things that supposedly are supposed to be like, supposed to put you to sleep, don't really put me to sleep. I don't know what it is. Apparently there's a gene or something. They talked about the gene.
Yeah, I think I must have something in it too, resistance as well, because I can take 2 Benadryl pills, NyQuil, and loratadine, and that stuff will not knock me out. It won't
It
even.
says the link between red hair and anesthesia is still being studied. There is some evidence that the MC1R mutation, which causes red hair, is also involved in one's response to pain and anesthesia. If redheads need more anesthesia, it might make certain surgical preparation more difficult, but additional research is needed. And it's funny because it reminds me of like how they talk about concussions, and they're like concussions are not will not harm you or something. And like, and if you fall asleep, you'll be fine. Also, don't fall asleep.
Salutations.
Yeah, err on the side of caution.
Yeah. Also, don't fall asleep. Don't. No, you'll totally be fine, but don't do that. Just don't do it. Just in case.
Yeah, so which is
Embossed plate. Oh, Clover Temple. Clover Temple. Splint mail, juvies. One thing I did find out the other day, though, which was really interesting, is that the occurrence of rare items is ridiculously high. Like, by comparison, it's about a 10-to-1 ratio. Rare items fall about 10 times more than set items and unique items. 10 times is a lot of times. That's a lot of times. Just an exceedingly high number of times. I mean, if you find like 5 unique items, there's a very good chance that you found 50 rare items in that same time period. If you find 10 unique items, you found 100. It's a lot. Ow. Jesus. I'm gonna blow all you guys up, and I don't care. Because I basically did like a full clear. I don't know if you saw my full clear the other day. I didn't quite make it all the way to full clear status, but I feel like I did enough of a full clear. Enough of it that I got the gist of what was going on. I mean, it's very clear that there are spokes on a wheel, so to speak, and the rare items take up the majority of those spokes on a wheel.
It's locked.
I swear, one day you guys are either going to see me, like, balling with, like, 300 runes in my inventory, or or I'm never going to figure it out, one or the other. I'd be like, Ginger, where did you get those 300 runes?
I need a key.
I don't know. They just kind of fell in my inventory. I don't know. I don't know where they came from. I'll just be handing out free runes every day on my streams. Like in today's rune goes to Joffrey. Oh, congratulations, Joffrey. Yes. Oh, you put that to good use. You gonna make an enigma with that? Oh, here's another rune. You can have 2. Congratulations. Oh wow, level 8 multi-shot churches. What's the cap on that? I think that might actually be the cap. Multi-shot. Let me pull this up. I can see what the highest level is. So for a bow, level 8 is the max. That is the max. So level 8 multi-shot with 60 charges. It's actually not bad. Breaking the economy would be really fun. Listen to this guy. Listen to this guy. He's the devil. Got the devil in Swede. I mean, I think one thing's for sure. I think, without a doubt, I've definitely changed a lot of people's perspective on how the drops in this game are determined. I think people are less likely to use the term, well, the percent chance of me getting that item was 1 in 4,552. I think now they're more likely to say something along the lines of like, well, I guess the variables weren't just in my favor.
Yeah, I'm convinced. I'm convinced there's no one set random number generator for the majority of things in the game. Maybe there's something for some specific situations, but not for the majority of the content.
I don't think there's any random number generator at all. It's all pseudo. It's all pseudo stuff. I think we've pretty much proven that it's all pseudo. It's based on some type of thing that's going on at any given time. And the only problem is that we don't know all the variables yet. You know, there's other variables that we can't really account for. I think the main seed code is one of them. That's part of the problem, but I think there's others too involved.
I don't know. Maybe you could throw in a secret invite to Brezhnik, and maybe he'll throw a hit. I doubt that, but hey.
I mean, I think even if he told us exactly how everything worked, it might still take us some time to figure out exactly how to use it to our advantage. I think we would need, honestly, to know how everything worked, like all the different variables, the works. Could get kind of crazy. I did come across something. Apparently, there was an incident back when in D2 days before LOD. Apparently, somebody had figured out how to lock the system clock on Windows, and apparently, by locking the system clock on Windows, was able to do very similar things to what I was doing without the seed code. Which makes me think that perhaps the variable that is being removed when you use the seed command might be the system clock. That might be what's getting removed from the equation. Which means that if the system clock is a variable, well, you'd be like, oh, it's burrow clock. What do you mean? Oh, yeah, it's the time for the burr runes, guys. Come on, everybody line up. And everybody, like, waits for the clock to strike, you know, whatever the time it is, and then everybody hops in and, like, gets their burr rune from, like, X chest. It's like, it's burrow clock, guys. What do you mean it's burrow clock? It's burrow clock. What, you didn't get your daily burr rune? Oh, man, this guy didn't get his daily burr rune. That's okay, man. I've got, like, 73. I'll give you one of mine. But don't miss another burr rune day, all right? It's burr o'clock, my friends. Stay burry. Send them all sugar-free gummy bears. Yes. The devious fiendishness of my plan will attack their colons. The devious fiendishness of the plan.
Yeah, it's like, it's funny you mentioned that, because I was thinking about how much time and money people spent making all these biological weapons and stuff, and really, like, the worst thing you could do to inflict to take out companies of soldiers, just like mess with, like, give them, like, dysentery or something. Give them some rotten food. Yeah, some bad food or something.
That's how I died in Oregon Trail.
Yep. Cholera and dysentery and the broken leg. There you go.
I was watching some movie the other day, and the thought occurred to me, and I was like, this place, they look like older civilization, right? And then they showed like this picture, and it was like the mountains of the blah 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 range, and like they showed a picture of it, and it was literally like old buildings, and they're like big tall skyscrapers and stuff covered in like moss and stuff. And I'm like, okay. I was like, all right. So this is a modern civilization that's digressed back to a like agrarian society. I'm like, do you have soap? I was like, because if you don't have soap, you guys might want to like look that up in the books there. It's like the invention of soap is one of like the best inventions that like ever gets made, like bar none, pretty much. Like,
yeah,
soap started, preventing dysentery, diarrhea, all sorts of things. Like when your cook actually washed their hands, it was surprising. Like when women were dying all the time in childbirth before frickin' soap, and when all of a sudden soap was invented, and then literally like people, women stopped dying in childbirth because hey, like when you get your hands down there in the private areas and things are ripping open and blood's coming out, it's probably good not to have dirt under your fingernails. I'm like, I'm gonna have to. I literally want to like go look up how to make soap, just in the like 0.000000001% chance that I ever go back in time, and they don't have soap, because I'm gonna invent it. Like that's the day I go back in time. That's gonna be the day that I invent soap.
Oh man.
I'm like, you guys don't have soap? Well,
There's this episode on that show Supernatural where Dean gets sent in the future or something, and he talks to one of the resistance fighters, and he's like, man, he tells Dean, he's like, Dean, when you go back in time, stock up on toilet paper. Because there's no toilet paper left.
it's no toilet paper.
Yeah, man. So what would we do without our toilet paper?
It's funny because like there actually are countries that don't really have toilet paper, or they don't have good toilet paper. And it's actually one of the things they do is their relatives and stuff, when they come over here, like to the United States, they'll actually buy toilet paper and ship it back to their relatives, so that their relatives have bougie toilet paper.
Oh man.
Bougie toilet paper. Welcome to the bougie. We got lots of toilet paper. I'm actually not a fan of the bougie toilet paper. I think it's terrible. Like the quilted northern stuff and things like that. I really don't like them at all. It's yucky. Ah, Bulbasaur. Hey, you've been a member for 8 months. Hot dang, Bulbasaur. Thank you for the support, my buddy. No, like I personally prefer like just like the regular Scott toilet paper. I find it to be more versatile and useful. Because you can double up, triple up, quadruple up, centuple up, like whatever you need to do. You can like make it as thick as you need for whatever circumstance you need it for. Like, but with the quilted northern, it's so thick already that if you need it thinner, you can't make it thinner. And then on top of that, the other thing I really don't like about like quilted northern and stuff like that, and those thicker toilet papers, is they're just kind of like, they leave like I don't really know what the speckles of like toilet paper on your butt. Like it gets stuck in your hair and stuff. Like it's grody. It's fucking disgusting. Can't stand that stuff. It's disgusting. It's discrodulating.
It's unseemly and it's unsanitary.
It's discrodulating. Discrodulated. Discrodulators. Flash Doe's got the ads. Oh no. No, my minions are dying. I got too many gems. I need to go craft something or something. I don't know. I should make a bunch of rings. Come to me, my pretty snakes. Maybe you can when you can afford to pay attention. I see what you did there. It reminds me of a joke I freaking I heard at school, and I guess because I was in school, I thought it was so hilarious at the time. It was this kid who goes to school, and he's sitting in class, and he's looking out the window, and he's like talking to his friends, and the teacher's trying to teach her class, and he's just not paying attention. And so she finally loses her temper, and she comes over to his desk, and she smacks his desk with the ruler. And she says, "Pay attention!" And the kid goes, "I can't. I forgot my wallet at home." I know. It's cheesy. I know. I thought it was hilarious, though, when I was in school.
Well, my version of that was, I'm so poor I can't even pay attention. I know.
Is it super cheesy? Does it have extra cheese sauce? Does it come with the cheese sauce? Codems. Are you so bored? You the boredest dog ever? The whole board logs? Cody. Did you eat all your porkum twists? Did you get them all? Did you eat some all your twists? He said, "Those has been gone. I ate those in 2 seconds." I need to compose a song just for Cody with all of his buzzwords. He's got buzzwords he likes to listen to. It'd be his favorite song ever. Like porkum twists and beef jerkums and going outside to the park and gonna take ourselves a big old ride. We're gonna get some taco smell and make ourselves a big old well and go on down and find an alligator. Oh, there's an alligator at the park and he's going to wick and bork and he's gonna bork all day long, yes he is. And Mr. Kubus wants to go, but he has to go Peppa-Doo, 'cause that's what Mr. Kubus likes to do, Peppa-Doo. And Cody saw a cat, and then there was a possum, and Cody took 'em all down to the store. He got into the car and went for a ride. After he went Peppa-Doo, my friend. And then the Chinchillas came on down and booped him on the nose. And one of the Chinchillas bit him on the toes. He's paying attention to every word I'm saying. He said, "I heard a word in there. That was I know that word. That's a word that I do." Wait. He's singing, or is we going? As we go? Do we go?
It's locked.
Cody, you want to go? He said, "Don't say that if you don't mean it." He said, "That's rude. If you say that and you don't mean it, that's not nice."
It's locked.
Cody, do you want to go? You want to go get the Chinchillas? Dang. Could do an even better song. Be like, ride, slickety slide, going on down to the Taco Bell slide. Gonna get us some beef jerky and hides. Alligator's gonna ride.
Impossible.
Cody, where's your alligator? Did you get him? Where's them at? Let me see. Does some get them? That's the alligators. You know what you got to watch out for with alligators, right, Cody? You know what you got to watch out for? You got to watch out for attacks. Oh no! What's the alligator's gonna attack? Oh, he's gonna attack.
Oh no, oh no, alligator gonna get you. Oh no, oh no. Oh, he's gonna take you. Him's gonna take. He likes to take you.
He said, "I got him. Don't worry. Alligator's nice. I gotta give him some kisses and calm him down." What the hell is a dog hair in my mouse. Can't even use my mouse to do dang.
Impossible.
Neko gets the skeleton keys. I get it. Bonk. It's really interesting to me the distinction that people make between a cheat and an exploit. I've been thinking about this a lot lately, ever since I discovered this stuff. It's really interesting to ponder the difference between what is considered a cheat and what is considered an exploit, and why one is acceptable and one isn't. I mean, if we go back as far as we can, well, as far as I can remember anyway, and we take something as simple as, like, Super Mario, right? So Super Mario Brothers, and the infinite life exploit that you can do, basically, in that specific level where the turtle's coming down the ramp, right? So you can basically go there and you can, you know, farm one-ups, right? I mean, it's in the game. It's something that you can do. It's skill-based, right? So it's something that you literally have to get good at and you have to practice with. Anybody can do it because it's part of the game. And then I think one of the other things that makes it actually kind of part of the game is the fact that, well, it was never patched out, right? So, like, the developers couldn't patch it out because it was included in the game when they made it, right? So it was actually included there. And then it was on the cartridge, so even if they wanted to, even if it was actually an exploit, they couldn't remove it. Like, there's no way for them to take that out of the cartridge because the cartridge was shipped that way. And so maybe it comes down to the fact that, like, older games that had exploits, it was basically just considered part of the game because they really just had no way of patching it out. And even if the developers had decided to patch it out, you know, like, oh my god, I can't believe we did that, oh, doy, you know, and they wanted to patch it out, they couldn't. And then today, and nowadays, you know, like, you can. Like, you could totally, the developer could be like, oh, dang, we accidentally left in an infinite life exploit. Like, you know, and then, like, 2 days later, there's a little micro patch, and, you know, the exploit no longer works. And so at that point, you know for a fact that the developers were like, oh, well, we definitely don't want them doing that. And they push their glasses up and they get to work, right? But with something like this, the developers don't exist anymore, right? So they don't even exist anymore to fix this, really. Like, they've been scattered to the four winds. And I don't even know if the guy who actually did this, like, RNG system, I don't even know, like, the specific person that worked on this, or, like, maybe it was a group of people, but I mean, I'm sure, like, various teams worked on various things, like art and sound and whatnot. And this particular one, I mean, this is obviously something a little bit more interesting. He was the one who kind of, like, set up the way that the random number generator system worked, which was pretty cool. Kind of tied it into various aspects of the game and made it work. The beating heart of the game, basically. I'm actually convinced, by the way, I'm convinced at this point that if you could figure out the RNG system in Diablo 2 and reverse engineer it and put it into another game, a completely different game, if you could just reverse engineer the RNG system of this game and put it into another game, it would completely and utterly make that next game almost as good as this one. Because I think that the pseudo RNG system of this game is what makes this game so fun and engaging over a long period of time, that you literally can't figure out exactly what's going on because it's such a strange system, right? But like, if you could transplant the pseudo RNG system from this game into another game, I feel like you would have a multi-million-dollar idea. I mean, can you imagine just for a second? Take even something like Diablo 4. All right, so just take Diablo 4 and remove the random number generator system that they put into the game. Just delete it from existence. Take this pseudo-random number generator and hook it into Diablo 4, as if you're doing a heart transplant. Keep Diablo 4 exactly the same way, but put this pseudo-random number generator in charge of everything. And the game itself will literally transform into something completely different than what it was. I can almost guarantee you. Because this particular drop system and the way that this system calculates drop odds and like how it determines whether items fall or not, like the entire thing would change dramatically. Just by changing that random number generator system into this pseudo-random number generator system. And it could be interesting to see how it transforms a game, just to simply like go from the newer systems to the older systems. And maybe that's why a lot of the older games were just more fun, because they had these older pseudo-random number generators that made them, you know, like, I don't know, feel alive, almost. I guess that's the best way to put it. They almost feel alive. Like they're living, breathing entities. I mean, I've talked about this before in other games. Like there's a specific element to video games, and developers have been trying to tackle it for a very long time. They've been trying to tackle the element of, like, how do you create a game that has infinite content, right? So how do you make sure that a game will always have something new to offer the player, no matter how much they play, no matter what they do? Like, how do you make sure that it has infinite content? Well, I mean, there's a lot of different ways. Like, PvP is technically infinite content. And PvP is infinite content because, of course, you always have somebody new to play against, and those people that you're playing against all have different personalities and the way that they do things and how they're going to equip their character, and they're ingenious, right? Well, utilizing this little tidbit of knowledge of player versus player is one of the easiest and best ways that you can generate infinite content, because, of course, the player itself is governing what's going on, right? So you have two players against each other, and you have no clue how exactly they're going to mix. Well, in this way, the current pseudo-random number generator that works in Diablo 2 is very much so based upon a very similar aspect of the person who's in control is deciding the fate of what's going on. The only difference is that you don't know that you're controlling your own fate. You don't know that every single action you take is going to change the way that things happen. The monsters that appear on the battlefield, the items that fall, like the quality of the items, and so forth and so on. Everything that you do changes what happens, just the same way as when you're playing PvP. You know, you don't necessarily know what's going to happen when another player is, you're going up against another player who is ingenious himself, right? So, like, in a way, Diablo 2 is almost like a PvP system. The only difference is that instead of going up against another player, you're going up against yourself. And I know that sounds kind of silly, because, like, for instance, if you were to imagine yourself, like, let's say that you sat down and you tried to play checkers against yourself. Well, if you're playing checkers against yourself, then you're obviously going to know what the outcome is. You can change, of course, how you play the game and make sure that one side wins over the other, right? But imagine that you're playing against yourself and you don't know that you're playing against yourself. So you're playing a game of checkers, and the person on the other side is hidden by like a curtain or something like that, and you can't tell that you're playing against yourself. And so basically what happens is you play in earnest, as if you would if you were playing against somebody who you obviously don't know. Well, because you're playing against yourself and your actions directly affect what's going on, then you literally decide your own fate. The monsters that spawn, the items that fall, the stats on the item, like pretty much all of it, right? With a little bit of random variables thrown in, like the seed code and whatnot. So very much in a way, you're literally playing PvP. Diablo 2 is literally almost a form of PvP. It's just PvP versus yourself, which is very strange, but it works. And it works quite well, actually, which is pretty surprising. PvP against yourself. Infinite content, mind you. Infinite content. I mean, it's infinite because you'll never play the game the same way 2 times in a row. Like, we never do the same thing the same way every single time we play. And by changing the maps and stuff like that, they also ensure that that we're less and less predictable. I think speedrunners might be the only ones that might be falling into the trap of playing the game in a way that they basically kind of like almost know they're playing against themselves. Because by keeping all the variables the same, by playing the game the same way each time, they're basically limiting their own output to a strict set of variables, right? And then because they're limiting their own output to a strict set of variables, they get to then observe what happens, like, randomly within the game. And they're probably the only ones that are actually playing like almost like a regular game at that point. Because they're doing the same thing the same way basically every single time they play. Right? And then at that point, because they're doing everything the same way, the same time, every way they play, every time they play, they're kind of like keeping everything almost strictly within the same number of variables in the same places and going to the same NPCs and doing the same zones in the same order. They're basically limiting how much they affect the game, and they're actually seeing what's left over from the true variables that they can't control. The stuff that they don't have any control over. It's so interesting to think about, though.
I can't carry anymore.
I still remember the first time I found out random number generators weren't truly random either. That was an interesting sort of discovery for me. I remember arguing with someone on the internet for hours about it. And they were like, no, random number generators are truly random, and there's no way you would ever be able to sense a pattern or see a pattern in a random number generator. There's no way. And I'm like, what do you mean there's no way? I was like, just because I can't tell you exactly what's happening doesn't mean I can't sense that something's wrong. I think that's a misnomer that some people have. That like, if something's wrong, you have to be able to tell them exactly what's wrong, right? That's not the truth. You can sense that something is wrong without being able to tell somebody exactly what's wrong. It's almost like a gut instinct to be able to know that something is not right, and then act on that instinct. So you're like something's not right. you know, we gotta do some research here. We gotta figure out what's going on because something isn't right. Something is off of the normal, right? And then like acting on that instinct, you go forward. Like, and I think a lot of people have had that instinct about Diablo. I think that's one of the things, is that everybody kind of knew something was up, right? Like we all had the instinct. We might not have known what was going on or how to, you know, articulate it or how to explain it, but we knew it was happening, right? We knew something was weird, something was hinky, you know, to use a Scooby-Doo term. Something was hinky. By example, you can find the error in a proposed solution to a certain equation without knowing the correct solution. Yeah, exactly. So you know that the solution is not correct, but you don't know the solution. So you can show somebody that there is an error which makes the solution incorrect, but at the same time also not know the answer to the proposed problem. I like to use an example of the I think it's the cuckoo bird. Is it a cuckoo bird? I think it's the cuckoo bird. The cuckoo bird. You guys ever heard of the cuckoo bird?
I hate cuckoo birds.
Okay. So, cuckoo birds are known as brood parasites. Do you guys know what a brood parasite is? It's an interesting observation here. It's something I like to talk about when I talk about random number generators. So brood parasites are basically birds or other animals that don't raise their own young. So they actually have, developed a method to essentially ensure their own survival, but they don't actually raise their own young. And instead what they do is they force other birds to raise their young for them. Cuckoo birds, what they do is they find a nest of a bird, and they identify whether there are eggs in it. And then once they identify that there's eggs in the nest, they then push the eggs out of the nest and replace the eggs that were in the nest with their own. And then when the eggs hatch, the mother of the birds, or of this particular nest, doesn't know that her eggs have been replaced. The mother doesn't possess the intelligence to understand that there's something wrong. She doesn't understand that the babies aren't hers. She doesn't understand anything. All she knows is that her babies are hungry and she has to feed them. And cuckoo birds are much bigger than a lot of other birds. So a lot of the times the mother bird will literally work herself to death feeding these giant monstrous babies that are invading her nest. The cuckoo bird's babies are also, they will also push the other eggs and the other babies out of the nest. It's something that they do. So basically, there's something wrong, and the cuckoo bird mother, the mother bird that owns the nest doesn't understand that something's wrong. She lacks the intelligence to actually figure out that something's wrong. Where's I think I got a picture of a cuckoo bird in a nest. Yeah, here it is. This is a picture of the cuckoo bird in a nest with a mother that is completely the wrong size. Oh wow, that is not correct. Oh, here we go. This is the cuckoo bird in the mother's nest. So you can see the mother is obviously smaller than the baby. So it makes absolutely no sense why the mother would have a child that large. Yeah, the hatchling pushes the other eggs out. But basically, it's a parasitic environment, right? But the reason why I bring this up is because in this situation, you have something that is wrong, right? The baby doesn't belong to the mother. The mother's not smart enough to recognize that the baby doesn't belong. In a random number generator system, random number generators are not real random number generation. And just like the cuckoo in the bird's nest, they are pretending to be something that they are not, right? Now, Are we like the mother in that we cannot tell the difference between true random number generation and fake random number generation that exists within a game? No, we're not. We're smarter than the mother bird. And in this particular scenario, pretending that the random number generator is represented by the cuckoo bird and we are the mother, we are smart enough to tell that something is wrong. Now, we might not necessarily be able to pinpoint exactly what is wrong and tell you that something is wrong, but we are intelligent enough to know that something is wrong. We have a feeling, it's in our gut, we understand that something isn't quite right. We can even pinpoint instances where it seems like we can almost tell you exactly what's happening, but we're not quite intelligent enough to say, okay, that's definitely not right, and then tell you why it's not right and go over in like a dissertation as to why it's not right. And so it's a very interesting example to use because I feel like it analogizes basically how random number generators basically try to fool us, but then at the same time we're not so dumb as the mother bird that we can't actually see that something is wrong. And when you play in games, you'll feel it. Like, you'll understand. You'll be like, oh man, this random number generator's whack. I have literally played games before where literally the first thing I said was like, what the hell is up with this random number generator? It just seems to be spitting out crits like crazy. I've got like a 12.5% chance to crit, and I think I just crit like 10 times in a row. I'm like, this seems not correct. One of the things that I notice with random number generators, which has always surprised me, is that they work under the assumption of trying to generate luck streaks. I think this is one of the things that makes them so weird. So imagine, I don't know, you're flipping a coin, right? And you flip a coin, I don't know, say 1,000 times. During this 1,000 times of flipping the coin, you might end up on a really lucky streak of flipping the coin where the coin lands on heads maybe 10 times in a row. And yes, it's very unlikely that the coin will land 10 times in a row, but it can happen. And over a very large sample size, it can potentially happen, you know, maybe even a couple times, right? But the thing is that random number generators aren't truly random, and so they have to simulate luck. And I know that sounds really weird, but they do in fact actually simulate luck. And what that means is that in the pattern somewhere they have luck. Luck exists within the pattern. And so when you find that luck in the pattern, you'll end up getting, like, you know, multiple like events will happen in your favor that are, you know, amazing, right? But then the other thing that it does, which is the opposite, is it also simulates bad luck. So there will be points in the pattern where it just gives you like absolutely horrible results over and over and over again because you're in one of the dips in the pattern. And I like to call them spikes and dips in the pattern of the RNG simulation because that's basically what they are. So I mean, if you were to think about it like a I don't know, a graph or something. And I'm not really sure exactly how to put it, but sure, I wonder if anybody has anything like that. Runs provable randomness, how to test RNGs, and the future of RNG analysis. How do you know if something is really random? When testing random number generators for randomness, you quickly run into the is that really random dilemma. As pattern-seeking creatures, we naturally look for patterns on an ongoing basis. Like many things, randomness varies. Most of the time, pseudo-random number generators like PRNGs are basically creating randomness with lots of non-random processes. Sorry to blind you guys' eyes. Computer composition with lines in 1864. The work closely mimics the painting composition with lines, by Piet Mondrian. How do you really know if something is random? Is 11111 random, or well, it's hard to tell? Why? Because the moment you start to define the parameters of randomness, you lose your randomness. The best method that scientists and programmers have come up with is to create a series of tests. There exists a multitude of tests and many test suites. Popular tests include NIST RNG testing suite, Die Harder testing suite, Nuth test, Crypt test, and the list goes on. RNGs come in all shapes and sizes, so you can imagine it would be difficult to orchestrate testing for all different types of random number generators. There are two phases to test random number generator process. First, you need a source of entropy that is impossible to guess, like the weather. Second, you need a deterministic algorithm to expand the seed into a multitude of sequences for keys and the like. Testing usually starts with checking your entropy. So what they're talking about here is they said, first you need a source of entropy that is impossible to guess, like the weather, which could be time, or it could be a number of odd variables that they potentially add into things. But basically what we're saying here is that Diablo 2 probably has some initial source of entropy that is deciding a lot of what's going on that is, you know, according to them at the time, impossible to guess. I'm sure that you could eventually figure it out, of course, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you can't. Second, you need a deterministic algorithm, and that's what we're talking about right now. So we've been testing out the deterministic algorithm, and we've been slowly figuring out how the deterministic algorithm works. And by doing so and figuring out all the variables, we eventually started to come across exactly how the system works, right? So we've got two different things. Perhaps when we use the seed code, what's happening is it cuts out this initial variable, and then it leaves this variable for us to test, which is exactly what we want, because we want to be able to see what the variables are. I guess then the second part would be to figure out what this variable is, which is the one that is determining the source of entropy. Preliminary RNG testing. The first challenge you encounter when trying to define what is random is that almost anything can be random. Tour of accounting. Over here we have a random number generator, 99999. Are you sure that's random? That's the problem with randomness. You can never be sure. As seen above, it's nearly impossible to accurately prove that a sequence of numbers is random. Generating a sequence with a million zeros can be very random, but not very desirable. It is easy to make correlations based on what logically looks random, but is this really random? Hard to tell. Fortunately, there are a lot of stress tests to give you a pretty good estimate. The biased test. The first thing you want to do is put your source of entropy through a bias test, just as in this figure. If you don't want the number to be biased or skewed toward a 0 or 1, so in order to remedy this, a very famous mathematician, John von Neumann, designed a skew correction algorithm. The skew correction process is very simple but also effective. Toss two coins. Success heads, success tails. Failure re-rolls. So if you get tails and tails, it re-rolls. If you get heads and heads, it re-rolls. But it won't re-roll unless it gets heads and tails or tails and heads. It is based off of a coin toss. Since there are only two variables, 1 and 0, the overall output should be roughly equal amounts of 1s and 0s. To keep this equal ratio, the skew correction algorithm looks at two tosses and compares them. If the two bits in the pair are identical, both bits are discarded. If the two bits are different, i.e. 0, 1 or 1, 0, the first bit is added to the stream of processed bits. The downside of this is that you lose a substantial amount of random data. The correction will also take random data when the source is already unskewed, but then again, this is just a basic test to analyze the source of entropy. The next step is to assess the deterministic number generator that will amplify the seed numbers in multitude of numbers. So the seed number, that's what we're talking about when we're like making the games. So the original seed number is being amplified by the deterministic random generator. So the deterministic stuff is what we're controlling. We're controlling all the variables, but we can't really control the seed number. That's something that seems to be generated almost at random, but of course we know it's not. The visual test. One quick way to determine the quality of a random number generator is to create a quick visual test. Human brains are pretty good at recognizing patterns. Visuals can give you a great snapshot test to see if general patterns you might miss dredging through spreadsheets and random numbers. The random walk is a commonly used technique for visualizing randomness in simulations. Using a bit of generation is also another way to spot patterns you can see with simply looking at number sequences. Random walk visualization of a generator's performance. No, seed code isn't the entropy because the seed code has to be determined from something. So the entropy is whatever is determining the seed code. That would be my guess. So whatever the exact thing is that's determining the seed code, and we can actually write this down, you would assume that the entropy determines the seed code. And the entropy could be anything. It could be system time. It could be a random bit in a file under C:/system Windows System 32 or something stupid like that. It could be anything, to be perfectly honest. I'm assuming that it would have to be something that stays the same for pretty much all versions of the game, but in the online version of the game, it wouldn't be something on your system. It would be something on the server. So the server would have something that would determine the seed code. So whatever the entropy is that they're using to determine the seed code is something that we'll have to eventually discover, because this is directly affecting, of course, everything else. Because everything else amplifies the seed code, which then we have the deterministic system, which is going off of the seed code. So that basically this is amplifying this, and this is determined by the entropy. So it seems like we have a system here where we really need to figure out what the entropy is. If we can figure out what the entropy is, I feel like everything comes together. The information entropy test. Random number generators focus a lot on producing large probable outcomes. This is where information entropy comes into play. In randomness, there is a set number of outcomes. Information entropy is probability of each individual outcome. The more possible variables there are in each bit of information, the more difficult it is to predict what the next bit will be based on the bits you have already seen. Okay. So basically what he's saying here is that if you have, say for instance, the top thing here is your original seed code, and you start seeing more and more things happen, right? Well, basically what he's saying is that as you see each thing happen, you can use the previous thing to try and predict what will happen next. But he says that the more possible variables there are in each bit of information, the more difficult it is to predict what the next bit will be based on the bits that you've already seen. So basically, the further down the variable chain you go, the less likely it is that you're going to be able to predict what happens, which is one of the reasons why when you see me do my testing, a lot of the times I try to keep my testing as limited as possible so that there's the least number of variables going on, because if I limit the number of variables to the finest amount that I can, I have a much better idea of what's going on and how things are happening. But you start adding in a whole bunch of additional variables and things become more unpredictable and more difficult to, like obviously figure out what's going to happen. The graph above shows a low information entropy level in the data as a percentage of the theoretical maximum. You don't want to have more probable outcomes for certain values, such as a 50% probability, when what you really want is an equal probability. See information below. So 0.25, 0.25, 0.25. The information is not just about average amount of information covered by the event. When considering all outcomes, it also how much information you can pack into bits. You want to create an environment where all outcomes are equally probable. Huh. Linux even has an error message telling you your computer cannot proceed without hitting a bunch of keys to create more entropy. The message described in the image above is one very common ways to program to collect entropy. Your source of entropy is not your only important factor. How much and how wide the range of values are important considerations as well. It all boils down to the same concept that a threshold of entropy is required in order to generate real randomness. There are almost an infinite amount of statistical tests that you could run on RNG. Each test is focused on detecting something that would not be considered random or would be expected from a random sequence of numbers. Since the definition of non-randomness is detecting patterns, and patterns can vary and differ in an infinite amount of ways, there is no sure way to consider a set of tests to certify randomness. The National Institute of Standards and Tests provide a very helpful guide for testing RNGs. The NIST tests are the most popular and wide-ranging. Let's see here. I wonder if I could like put the RNG system in Diablo through some of these tests and figure out or not whether there are patterns. It's interesting to think about it like this way, but I mean there are tests that you could potentially put a random number generator through and then find out that there's patterns, and once you find out that there's patterns in the random number generator, you could then utilize those patterns to your advantage. The question is how would you actually go about using them to your advantage, though? Total runs of 37. Longest runs of ones in a block test. It's interesting, he talks about machine learning, basically AIs. And I had thought about this too, is that you could basically, like, if you could force an AI to basically play Diablo, you could almost force Diablo, or force, you know, like, the AI to learn the pattern. I mean, what could do it better than a person? I mean, an AI definitely could, through methodical testing and figuring things out. Like, you could tell it to, I don't know, get you a Soj, whatever, like a stone ring of Jordan, and like try every single method that you possibly can to get a stone ring of Jordan. And as it like records every bit of data and figures out what works and what doesn't work. And then once it figures out what works and it actually obtains its first stone ring of Jordan, it would then analyze like how it obtained the first stone ring of Jordan, and then go through the process of trying to find another one. And using that previous data as a launching point, who knows, eventually you come back and he's got like 30 stone rings of Jordan and it's cracked the code.
So what, we need to buy Chat GPT, print that out, and then get one of those $45,000 NVIDIA AI cards.
Impossible.
I don't know. I mean, I've heard of some people like telling an AI program to like watch videos and then like analyze the videos and like come up with a hypothesis or something. Like, could you imagine if I just told like I don't know, an AI program to watch every single one of my live streams or something and like analyze all the drops that I ever got and what I did in each individual one, and then come to a hypothesis of how I could improve my drops to get like better drops. And then it would probably come up with some sort of like chart or something like that. It would say like 66.7% of the time when you went to this area, you always ended up with something good. Like, you know, like 12.2% of the time when you went to this area, you ended up with something good. Or like maybe it would come up with something else. I don't know. It would be interesting. Well, I mean, that's what I said. If it was online, chances are the clock, even if the clock does manipulate the RNG, it would most likely be the server's clock, not your clock. So it would be the one on the server. I'm telling you, burr o'clock, my friends. Burr o'clock. Burr o'clock. What if that's all it really is? I hate to boil it down to that, but what if that's all it really is? What if it's just literally time? Like, what if it's just killing the right monster at the right time? Like, I mean, yes, if you get all your variables correct, like we did earlier. I mean, yeah. But then at the same time, like, what if having all the variables correct isn't the only answer? So what if having all the variables correct is only part of the equation, and then once you have all the variables correct, then it comes down to, well, did you click on it at the right time? And then time becomes like the entropy or whatever. It's like the last variable that like screws everything up, that tries to make it more random than it is. I mean, I've heard of random number generators using all sorts of things for their entropy. I've never heard it talk, you know, like said that way. But I've heard of some places using like a radio telescope, and they actually just use like the radio background noise of like how, you know, like the universe is, and they basically just use that radio telescope background noise to provide the entropy for the machine. Like they said in the article, some people use weather, like what temperature it is outside, like all sorts of stuff like that. I doubt that this game is that complicated. I mean, there's no way that it has access to like some sort of biometric sensor on the outside of your house or something. So, I mean, that's definitely not it. I would imagine it's just something on the computer itself that's running the game, or running the server rather. I mean, system time seems likely. It could also be something in the actual files of the computer. Maybe something that changes on a regular basis. Yep, it could be milliseconds. You're right. It could even be down to milliseconds. It could be seconds. It could be milliseconds. Could be anything. It could just be the exact time. I doubt it's the time itself, like the minutes. It's most likely at least seconds, because otherwise, if you made like a game or two games back to back within a very short period of time, you could potentially have both games be exactly the same, which I don't think has ever happened. So, but it's also interesting to consider, and this is kind of interesting to think about this, is that if two people make a game at the exact same moment, are they both getting the exact same game? Like imagine that like 8 of us just sat there and we typed in the name of the game, right? And then you type in your password, and we all just sit there on voice chat, and we go 3, 2, 1, and then everybody hits enter at the same time, right? The same exact moment. I've done this before in other games, like, and it works. I don't know if you've ever done it before, but like I remember in World of Tanks, when we were playing World of Tanks, we would want to queue up together, but you could only make a platoon that was so big. Well, one of the ways that you could get into the same game with your platoon mates was to all sit in the lobby on voice chat, and you would all basically, everybody would get ready to hit the play button, and then you would all hit the play button at the exact same moment. And when you hit the play button at that exact same moment, there was a very, very, very good chance that you would all get shunted into the same game because you all hit play at the exact same time. and if you did it successfully and everybody hit the button at the right time, you would literally end up in a game that was comprised mainly of your friends. And if you had enough people doing it all at the same time, you could literally control the entire lobby to the point where you had like freaking like, out of like 20 people that was in the game, literally like 15 of those people would be like your friends, and half of them would be on like the other team, and so it was literally like friends versus friends with like, and people would use it for spying and stuff like that too. So like you'd be on the other team and you could just like relay information to your friends and tell them where everybody was on the map and stuff. It was pretty cheatery, to be perfectly honest. But
Yeah, War Thunder's like that too, Ginger.
yeah, you can all queue up at the same time and end up in the same game. Yeah. I mean, I would imagine that Diablo might not be much different. Like if you all hit the game button at the same time, and if it is based on system time, I mean, you could totally end up in the same exact game. Like eight games all exactly the same. Who knows? Maybe that's the way to do it. Like you can't control the seed code, right? But what you can do is you can make like freaking like 40 games with all the same seed code. So if you had like 40 accounts, for instance, and you like set it up with a bot program, you could time it so that every single game was made at the exact same time. Run your bot programs through each game, essentially, and then look for specific items. And then if you find specific items, run the same exact pattern in all the games, finding the same item in every single game.
I can't.
And it might take you, 5 or 6 or 7 games to find something interesting. But once you do, you just reproduce that same exact pattern with your little bot programs in all the remaining games that you have active. And we know that the variables don't seem to change depending on like the time that you wait in town. So I would assume that you'd have basically infinite time. As long as you don't leave town and start activating other variables, you basically got infinite time just sitting in town by the stash. That'd be a very crazy way to take advantage of it. I wonder if that's how they're already doing it. Like the bots over in China and stuff. Who knows? Maybe that's exactly how they do it. Yeah, and I remember in Final Fantasy XI, the bots were always trying to do like the gods and stuff, which was like basically the raid bosses at that particular time in that game. And oh my god, they suck so bad. I ain't never seen somebody suck so bad at like a raid boss or something like that. But they had like infinite numbers of like players they could pull from because they had huge accounts. And they would sit there and they would just fight the bosses forever. And it would take them so long to kill a boss, but they would eventually get it done. And we would hang around because there was a possibility that they would die or lose aggro, and if they lost aggro, the boss could be stolen. And we would sit there and wait patiently. And if they messed up, we would take the boss from them, and we wouldn't give it back, and we'd kill it and steal the loot. But it was a whole thing. And
Yeah.
I don't know. It was just really interesting, like watching them, like how they did things. I don't know.
EverQuest 2 had a loot system. I don't know if it still does it the same way or not, but not loot system, but a boss mechanic or mob mechanic where if you attack the mob, you were locked into that encounter and nobody could help you. You couldn't do anything about it until it was either get killed or killed it.
Well, unless they were in your party, right?
Yeah. It was so crazy. That was, to me, that was just absurd. But they did that because of the problems you just talked about with spawn camping and stuff. Guilds would be spawn camping in the first EverQuest.
It was really bad in Final Fantasy XI. People would there were world bosses that would spawn, and they were not, because the gods I was talking about, you spawn those, so usually you're fine because you spawn them. But the world bosses, yeah, they were terrible. Like you would sit there for like hours because the spawn window would be like 4 hours long or something, and there was like a chance it could spawn like once every 10 minutes for like 4 hours, and so you were constantly just waiting there for a potential spawn that might not even happen. And then it was basically just like quick, who had the quick draw and who could literally just like hit him before anybody else could, because the first person that hit him would immediately lock him to, that player unless he died and there was no one there to help. And the people would deliberately let you die too. Like if you pulled the boss and you couldn't handle it and you didn't have any friends nearby, they wouldn't heal you. They would just let you die because they knew if you died, it would go back up for grabs, and they could potentially take it, and bring it for them. But man, you would spend like 4 or 5 hours waiting for these world bosses to spawn, and then somebody else would get it and kill it, and that was it. Like it was like all that just for like first on the draw to see if you could get it before somebody else did. I'd say I wish I had my life back for those. I loved Final Fantasy XI, don't get me wrong, but waiting on those bosses to spawn was such a waste of my time. Oh my god, I want that part of my life back. And I'm not even talking about just the world bosses. In Final Fantasy XI, there were monsters that were called notorious monsters. And the notorious monsters were rare spawns that dropped rare items that were all over the entire world. And depending on like what you wanted, some of the rare spawns were just, I don't know, they were just off in the middle of nowhere in low-level areas. Like there was nothing to do there but stand there and wait. Sometimes the spawn zones on them were so big that like finding them alone, let alone was difficult, let alone seeing them spawn. And then on top of that, they were usually really weak as well, like to the point where you could pretty much just one-shot them because they were leveled for the level that they spawned in. So you would find like a level 15 notorious monster that dropped some god tier item. And so like random adventurers that were just like in the area at the time would end up pulling him by accident and killing him, and you wouldn't even know. So like you'd spend hours trying to find this guy, and it would just get killed by some random guy who didn't even know what they had. And they would get the item and wouldn't even know how valuable it was.
Noob luck.
And I spent so much time trying to find those freaking notorious monsters, and I would just give up. Like the items would be for sale in the auction house, always for absorbent prices, and I could never get the dang things to spawn for me. And even when they did spawn, and even when I did get the freaking pull on them, and even when I did freaking like kill them multiple times in a row, they would never drop me the stupid item. Because it wasn't guaranteed. Like they didn't guarantee drop you the item. It was a rare drop. So like it was rare to actually find them. It was rare to actually manage to get the pull. And then it was rare to get the item from the monster as well. Which, like, all of it just made the entire process just absolutely painful.
And this is how item sellers are born.
Oh, I'm sure the bots were there waiting for them too, because they probably had 2 or 3 bots in the area just waiting for them to spawn. I mean, the only good thing about them, I think, was the windows. At least you didn't wait for them like all the time like an idiot. Like there were specific windows in which they would spawn. So waiting like an idiot constantly for them to spawn wasn't exactly a good idea. Like if, like for instance, if a monster had just spawned, you knew that he wouldn't spawn again for like 4 hours.
Yeah.
Because like there was like a timer on him. And then once the 4 hours was up, you would come back and you would wait around again to see if he would potentially spawn. But like, even then, it was a little annoying because, like I said, sometimes you wouldn't know that he had been killed. So you wouldn't know to start the timer. And that's when things got murky.
Yeah, Dark Age of Camelot used a system like that for what they call trophy mobs, which is basically like if you kill the mob, the monster, you could take its trophy and mount it on your wall in your house, whatever. So that's the reason why they're valuable. And it spawned just like that, like a random, like a timer, but it's randomized. You didn't, and a lot of these things had like huge radius where they could pop up at anywhere, and random people would kill it, and you wouldn't know like if it was killed within the last certain time, so you don't have no idea when to start looking for it again.
Yeah, I feel like for monsters like that, there probably should have been, in Final Fantasy 11 at least, there probably should have been something on the screen that popped up, like, I don't know, like first off that he spawned. That would have been nice. Like such and such has entered the field of battle or something, right? And then like when he's killed, I think there should have been another message that said like, you know, such and such has been slain. That probably would have been really nice too, because that would have saved me a whole lot of heartache back in the Final Fantasy 11 days. I think I'm gonna head off. I'm gonna do this live stream tomorrow. I can't believe I got a 10%. Isn't 10% perfect for a bone break? I got a 10% bone break. I like that. That's nice. I'm gonna do this No Rest for the Wicked tomorrow, and it starts at like 12, and I'm gonna be up. I want to be up here at 11 to start the stream, so that means I gotta get up at like 10. Dang it! I gotta wake up early for a change. I usually do my live streams like after like 3 or 4. I'm not used to doing them so early in the morning. But anyway, look forward to that. I'll see you later, Ready?
All right, Ginger. Take care, sir.
And as for you guys and gals, thanks for joining me today. I know today hasn't been the longest stream in the world, but, you know, it'll be what it be. I hope you guys will join me tomorrow for No Rest for the Wicked, and maybe I'll wear my chainmail tomorrow. That sounds like fun. I'll wear my chainmail. Yeah, we can wear some chainmail. It's a launch. It's a game launch, right? We wear chainmail for game launches. That's what we do. Anyway, as always, thanks for watching, guys and gals, and keep watching.